Hello, everybody, and welcome back to some lovely, lovely WARNO League action. And we're getting closer and closer to finishing off the season, as today we have a grand final, but we're gonna start with a Division 1 semifinal here, and it's two really well-known names of the community coming up here in the upper branch of this Pro Kami going over bend over, coming in here into the semifinal, and Dark Neutron beating another OG of the WARNO competitive scene in Lathens in the quarterfinals. Coming in here into our first best of 5 of 2 today, as we're gonna have Division 2 grand final later today. And yeah, let's get us in here. What do you think about these two competitive squads?
Or hastily, you know that something is going wrong there in the scene. But whereas with Dark Neutron here is opening up with what seems to be a pretty standard opening with your standard recon infantry units, a small amount of tanks here coming, the T-72s, of course. And neither player seems to be doing anything massively decisive in the opener, though with Pro Comi playing 27th, it really seems like that might be kind of a counter to the T-72 heavy 9th Panzer. There is not enough infantry spam in 27th to really have the 9th incendiary artillery be that relevant. 27th does have pretty decent anti-air, and on this smaller map, the medium range anti-air can balance the air advantage that 9th has. And 27th has a lot of ATGMs. It has the ATGMs of 23 penetration Conquerors M's, as well as with the BMP3s, the 18 penetration Bastion missiles, the amazingly fast, long range, and accurate. And with the weaker tanks of T-72, those the damage done by the BMP3s can actually be pretty reasonable. If a couple of those things hit, the T-72 is probably going to be both wounded and stunned, letting the T-80BVs, the absolutely superior tanks of Pro Comi, win the fights here. But recently, the meta has kind of shunned divisions like 27th, these high-tech, expensive unit divisions, and more kind of practical weight has been placed in affordability and the ability to get your combined arms out there early. I think for the kind of play style that Pro Comi wants to play in this matchup, 27 fits this really well. And I think Dark Neutron is going to have to kind of get a mid-game attack going on to keep the numbers down on Pro Comi's troops. If this mid-game doesn't actually contest Pro Comi, I think Comi is going to have a pretty easy late game, having excellent artillery, of course, also on 27th.
Yeah, the 9th needs to come with the numbers of tanks, needs to come a bit with the opener as well, though both divisions don't have the best for deploy. Like, the Spetsnaz are pretty expensive, so you can't just spam those as your infantry. The BMP2 mod are good, obviously, but they are slow, so you don't have anything rushing in. And on the other side, it's also only mod aufklärers. Do you have the Me2s, which can be quite annoying for openers as well, can, for example, deal with the Spetsnaz quite quickly. I'm a bit disappointed here that we don't see the classic Dark Neutron. Only one CV tank. Obviously, there is a CV tank. It's Dark Neutron after all, but we don't see the double. The one in the south is a T-72 MEV, so not the OG Dark Neutron opener here. Whilst on the other side, we have two MTLBU. Interesting choice here of Pro Comi, going for the cheapest, but somewhat slower CV unit here. 40 points, just saving any buck for combat units here, which makes sense with the division he's playing. 27th is, as you said, a somewhat slower div, somewhat more high-tech div, and unlike, for example, 119th, it doesn't have that easy early game out with some forward deployment. You have to get yourself into a position by grinding there. And the big question is, what can Ninth do here with a bit of a speed advantage, with a bit of a more cost-efficient combined arms, like getting the cubes out, and then getting a couple T-72s, getting the storms around that are a bit cheaper than the BMP3s and so on. Like, what can you do with that? And to get some
at this
spot
moment,
here.
at this moment here, it seems like Procomi has put a very sustainable, like very significant mech force into the middle with 2 BMP3s, 1 tank, a BRM, and a Tor supporting it. This thing has all. It has AA, has recon, has firepower, both HE and AP. And right now the Sturms and the Fagots are engaging this, but as soon as the BRM gets close enough to target these, microing around the smoke, this battle group will be able to do some damage. And Dark Neutron wants to contain. Dark Neutron does not want to start out trading negatively against this mech blob here, and would probably rather just avoid the engagements than just take bad engagements here. I'm really big risk sending this T-72 leader to do the fighting here, and really is if Procomi's force in the middle doesn't really accomplish anything here except keep up the moderate +2. I think that's already a victory for Dark Neutron, because Dark Neutron can then knows where the enemy is and knows where the enemy isn't by the law of WARNO dynamics.
Yeah, Igla here trying to go for the Me-to US in the south. 1 Me-to Urine already going down to the Tor. Tor really good at the helicopter, so cleaning that up. But T-72 M1K here getting a nice kill onto a BMP3. That's a nice win. The T-72 MEV in the middle likely gonna get a BMP2 for its troubles there easily as well. So that's 2 of the IFVs taken out. That's nice pressure. And yeah, BRM 1K here under damage as well. BMP3 is not in range anymore, but the T-72s got into the close range fights that they want to be in. And the TADBV got retreated by Procomi maybe a bit too early there. Maybe should have tanked 1 or 2 of those T-72 shots and then retreat. But obviously you don't want to risk those TADBVs. Those are really pricey, and that lost Procomi a lot of pressure here right now, as all but 1 of his IFVs are down. His best recon is down, and there is 2 more T-72s coming up here for Dark Neutron. So those will really set the pressure now into Dark Neutron's hands.
Yeah, the Procomi is sending out the helicopter here, the Mi-24V, and that thing can keep the enemy. That's a very good defensive weapon. It gets of course, on the air. It gets great sight lines, and with 2,800 meter range and 20 penetration cocons, it can keep the enemy on their side of the map. But most likely, as soon as the Shilka starts acting around here, as well as the cheaper planes of the cheap planes of the East Germans, the Hind can't get too close. So currently, Procomi playing a little bit for the time. Procomi has the interesting guided shell Akatsiya. This is the only Soviet, the packed weapon that has guided indirect shots, which means that as soon as there is corrected shot, which means any recon vehicle, recon unit reasonably close to the enemy, the Akatsiyas will fire extremely accurately. So you can get like reliably all 3 shots on a single tank, for instance. And that thing, you pay a lot of extra in supply to have it.
MiG-23 failing to kill off the Mi-24V. That's really unfortunate there for Dark Neutron. It was really close. Might get it by luck on the way out, but I don't think so. No, won't get its missile out and will go down. That's a nice win for Procomi here, and unfortunate turn of events here for Dark Neutron. His coup also not hitting the MiG-29. The T-72 MEV can't help out against the Spectre Threat guy any further. As the Mi-24 is still on 1 hit point there, and nothing can touch it there right now. So yeah, Igla now being bought by Dark Neutron. Dark Neutron should find the pressure now through the north. Could maybe try to get some CVs through the south into the middle. Will need to get that on. Ooh, Shilka, can it do the 1 damage? Yes, it can. T-72 goes down, but getting an Su-17 M4, that's a fair trade there. as the next T72 MK here is coming up for Dark Neutron immediately. But yeah, one already on the front line anyways, so it's not like Dark Neutron currently lacking CVs.
Yeah, the 27th has really bad slots when it comes to the air tab. So even though they can get 2 cards of fighters, one good and one bad, they can get the AT planes. They can get a pretty bad HE plane as well, but they can't get all of them. So taking out an SU-17 already taken out like a significant portion of the AT plane arsenal, and I don't think they even get cluster planes in 27th. I believe they don't, and the MiG-27 HE is just too bad to actually realistically use. And Pro Commies buys here immediately after kind of getting pushed away in that middle engagement. Pro Commie has been buying Spruts. These are the hysterically large AT guns that do a lot of damage, but are quite inaccurate and not as good as the PEC. The Rapiras, in my opinion. Also, Otterelli Poderski, which are the AT men, as well as Saperi RPO. So this is Pro Commie trying to basically...
Oh, MI24, can it get out? Unfortunate times there for Dark Neutron. Saw that the MI24 was landing and got the first artillery to hit it, but the second one did miss it just slightly. Otherwise, he would have killed it with artillery. Nice idea there. Good execution. What Dark Neutron really needs right now is to get the CV into the middle. I don't know why it took so long. He's finally moving the T-72MK here. Dark Neutron, in general, needs a bit more pressure here right now in this whole engagement setup than he currently is putting out. He has the T-72s, but they're currently not doing anything, and that's always a bad sign for tank divisions, when your tanks are just standing still. Like, in infantry divisions, that can be fine if they just are zoning out the enemy. But obviously, that's not the case in 9th Panzer. Your T-72s are here to get out, kill some stuff, and then get repaired again. And currently, most of them are standing still and not doing anything. And Mi-24 actually coming around again. Igla pushing to at least zone that out. Strela 10M coming around here as well. As the Mod Schützen trying to help out against the Sprut. Sprut first side shot gets the kill here. Oh, the high pen actually paying off there big time against the MEV. And nothing spotted right now. Artillery should be having an easy time there, but it's already targeting down into the south here for Dark Neutron, so we'll have to wait a bit longer. Igla goes down the middle as well, and the Mi-24V Rock AT does survive once more. T-72 M1K coming up there, but Dark Neutron currently not finding the traits that they want here, and not quite getting the T-72 Snowball online that they plan to get on here as well.
Yeah, as I was saying, that the Pro Commie buys of a lot of supply, a lot of artillery and infantry, kind of makes me think that Pro Commie wants to distract the enemy from actually building up the T-72 blob. The infantry of Pro Commie started moving up north only after the sidelines were protected by recon, by the Spruts, and even the BMP-3 there in a side ATGM position. So Pro Commie very purposefully trying to kind of lead the enemy into getting bad buys. The Motostrelki RPG-27s have really good penetration, but very low range. But they managed to fire and almost destroy the T-72 leader. And Spetsnaz could maybe get in, no, likely are not going to get in there to actually finish that off. But so far, as you said, Dark Neutron has been kind of passive here. And even while getting that tempo victory of pushing Pro Commie's mech force in the background, Pro Commie has now fully entrenched in these positions. The only area that's kind of under question is the middle, which is why I think it's a big issue for Dark Neutron not to have like an actual force seizing the middle. This is also once again letting Pro Commie have the tempo, and now Commie is moving their tank in there actually, because there's just nothing. There is no like forces capable of action here, really.
Ooh, MiG-23 winning the lucky engagement there against the MiG-29. Uphill battle, but it did do the job. It's one of the MiG-23s with a decent setup, but obviously the MiG-29 has the better missiles, the better ECM, so still pretty fortunate there for our player in blue. Mod of Devers here, not quite getting in range against the BMP-1. T-72 M1K gets hunted down by the Mi-24. MiG-23 this time around should be able to find the kill easily, so at least that is getting revenged, and with the air win here, he did get a bit of power back, but he's even under pressure a bit in the south now. BMP1's coming along, more T-72s coming up, but the T-72 snowball is still not really here. We have a good couple. It's 5 of them on the battlefield right now, but it's not quite the wrecking ball that you really want to get online with T-72s, where they one-shot a T-80BV when it comes up, and you just have that whole constant hard-to-kill plop just keeping up the pressure against the enemy. BMP3 here has to be careful of the T-72S. That obviously has a good long-range missile as well with the Severe, but yeah, doing that nicely. We have a Sprout again around that needs to be killed off. The 152mm is at least doing that, but yeah, Dark Neutron has to be careful. Supply truck in the south might go into the wrong place here as well. Dark Neutron needs to get some micro online here. Gets the Sprout, but T-72 MEV in the middle gets hit by the T-80BV. Likely gonna get taken out there. T-815 might even get captured. No, gets shut down, but that's still unfortunate there. Dark Neutron here has to be really careful and get the micro really a bit better online right now. The Spectre Tretka in the middle at least are about to die. Modov Clever coming around. T-72S getting involved here. BMP1 in the south goes down. Mod Strelkis overextending a bit for Pro Commi in the south. That might be a bit of an opener here, with 3 BMP1s and 3 infantry units versus only 1 BMP2 coming in on the other side. So maybe some Dark Neutron opening there. North is a bit under pressure now as well, but MEV goes down in the middle, and currently it's still a +2 for Pro Commi, and he has the late game deck. Like, not by a lot, but he has the better late game deck.
Yeah, there are still Conquerors M launchers, probably both infantry and BRDM that can in the late game.
Ooh, good movement there by Pro Commi. Still nearly loses both units, but if he wouldn't have moved the T-80BV, it would have gone down there as well. The SU-22 cluster really well targeted by from Dark Neutron. Gets to BMP3, so that's still worth it, and the T-80BV is down to 1 hit point. If he would have gotten the double kill there, that would have been amazing. It's still a really big kill here, and good damage. So there actually is enough room now to pressure the middle. Tor under artillery fire here as well, so that's a bit annoying. But there is a T-80BV number 2 there. There is a lot of forces coming in here. 2 BMP3s, 2 BMP2s, and a T-80BV number 3 here coming in for Pro Commi. So it seems like Dark Neutron needs to play the flanks, and he really needs to start playing them, as I don't know why he's playing so timidly here.
Yeah, I would say that the conditions for the good engagements for the T-72s just have not really manifested themselves, and every time the T-72s have been pushing, they have been countered either by a Sprout or by infantry. Interestingly, unlike a lot of other top-level players, the T-72S for Dark Neutron is getting taken at Veterancy 1, which means that there is significantly less of these things that can be played. But I think we're seeing why this key defensive tank is not just like a long-range missile lobber here, because in this matchup, it requires the stress resistance of the veterancy to not get constantly stunned down by the enemy ATGMs, especially the BMP3s. And Pro Commi has now formed another mech battle group with 2 T-80BVs. Interestingly, 0 vet actually. And but there is no key recon outside of the one-man Spetsnaz-Vedka, and the Spetsnaz-Vedka very crucially does not spot the threats that are going to be met by the T-80s in just a second.
Yeah, I feel like Dark Neutron is trying to always go one step too far before attacking. Like, he's like, oh yeah, I need that one more unit, but in that time that he needs... Ooh, the cluster could be big. First cluster does a decent hit, second one doesn't drop. Second one might be able to come around again. No, Tor more likely gonna push it back. Yeah, even hit it. So, no kills yet. T-72 MEV might change that. Engaging towards the south now. The other cluster has to fall back. Oh no. No, Dark Neutron, why is this still on the battlefield? Why was this still on the battlefield? Oh god. Losing the cluster there completely needlessly. T-72 MEV will at least get a kill there. No, it won't get a kill onto the T-80BV, so that one survives as well. So that cluster fight in the end, even to the detriment here of Dark Neutron. goes way too deep with a MiG-23 MLD coming in on the other side. Tors are there as well. This is not the smoothest play right now out of Dark Neutron. He still has a decent setup here, gets the US with the Conquerors, gets some Motostralkis killed, has the T-72 BMP set up here. The T-72S could get involved again as well. But yeah, MiG-23 MLD goes down at least as well. Su-17 seems to be able to get out. Strela not able to fire on it. So yeah, that will go out. The T-72 MEV BMP-1 push from the south doesn't have recon with it. I'm not quite sure where it tries to go if the mod officers are not moving with it. It's now just going to run into Conqueror's fire. The Me-2 US adder is desperately trying to get some line of sight there. Can even push a bit further. MEV pushing through the middle, gets the BMP-2 there. Motostralki RPG-27 is dangerously close to it though. Yeah, it has to disengage there. Ada should just move closer. Yeah, finally. Moving closer to actually spot something there. So the Conqueror is finally under fire in the high-rise. Will take some damage there. BMP-2 AG goes down. Special Redgar goes down. So Dark Neutron still has some efficient units here, but he could already be so much further in this game with a couple slight adjustments, I would say, in the matchup. But yeah, it's Pro Commie, he was losing a couple unnecessary IFVs. Like, I'm not a big fan of Pro Commie's IFV play so far. His TADBVs, he kept alive really well so far. Currently just lacking the resupply, which is a bit painful right now as well. 3 TADBVs just standing around, whilst the T-72s are setting up the pressure. That's a painful moment to not have them in the action. But the BMP-3s and BMP-2s, maybe a bit too far forward, a couple too many times.
Oh no, the units in the middle, the Motostrelkis can move in and take out Dark Neutron's mech that is going and hunting for the Tunguska. Here, this is gonna be like tragic here as the Motostrelkis get their shot off. Currently Pro Commie is kind of in a hibernation position, trying to get enough supply to repair all of these vehicles, and buying a bunch of Sprutes, which are reasonably fast deployed and defensive units. The deployments here show that Pro Commie is expecting an enemy breakthrough right now. And the Dark Neutron's passivity is kind of biting him in the heel. I'd say the cluster plane earlier that you were saying, Dark Neutron was actually microing a tank to try to get those kills. Did not get those kills, but the tank did survive. And I think that was where the attention was going. And actually, right now,
yeah,
the
but that doesn't happen if you shift-click evacuate your planes after dropping. Like, there is no micro there. It's just a shift-click.
But, well, I mean, the shift-click is the micro, it's the thinking there. But, you know, the RM70 is pre-aiming. Actually, now it's switching its pre-aim position into where the BMP-3s are. And the napalm is going to start firing in just a moment. And maybe that is when, 3 T-72 M1s are getting pre-bought here as reinforcement. And that is what you want to do when you're going to go for a big attack. You want to pre-buy the units you think you're going to lose, so they're going to be there in time, as if you expected them, that you need them. Now, napalm gets a really nice damage there, drives off and stuns some of the vehicles. Even the Sprute is driving into the Sprute, barely getting saved by Pro Commie, clicking it off. And Pro Commie...
1 BMP-3 so low, barely surviving. Pro Commie actually setting up the pressure build now, actually moving forward. The T-72S not expecting that. Motostralki is on the north, maybe a bit overeager there as well. And yeah, I'm not liking Pro Commie trying to face check T-72s with BMP-3s and BMP-2s. Like, that never works. The ATGMs are not good enough to kill the T-72s quickly enough, but the T-72's gun is pretty efficient in killing them off. So yeah, you in this matchup, like, there are tank matchups where you can push with IFVs, like against Leo 1s or so. You sometimes can do that efficiently. T-72 is not that kind of tank. And yeah, the BMP-3 here has to be careful against. Sprute is in a good spot again, though, and all the recon has been killed again. So that Sprute actually can be the silent killer again. Gets a side shot immediately again as the miss micro there. It's just clicking a bit too far to the right there, and just immediately showing side armor. Sprute B gets the kill. T-72 MK in the north gets killed off by a Sprute and a Motostralki combo as well. The Sprutes here really paying off Pro Commie.
Yeah, the extra stealth that they get for good, and the fact that they are really only 80 points, they can act as either like pretty decent fire support units, or in this case, they're replacing infantry AT, where they can single shot kill with the speed of the tank gun instead of the uh, smokable ATGM launchers. But now T-72 move actually going pretty far up out there on the north, dodging this brute and opening fire on it, and it's gonna meet.
Oh no! Oh, neat. The Sprout getting another side shot kill, and there we see a surrender as game number 1 will go Pro Commi's way here. Yeah, in the end, Pro Commi with a decent KD advantage and the point advantage. And yeah, the Sprout's kind of winning it here. We haven't seen Sprout's being even played in a long while for 27th, let alone carrying a game. Like, I'm not sure when that happened the last time. Maybe in 2023. I believe so. So yeah, job well done here by Procomi here, using a unit that has been undervalued and underplayed for a long time, and just absolutely making it work here.
Yeah, it really was the positioning. Like those units could have been put there in wrong positions and at the wrong times, and they could have been spotted by standard recon and then gunned down by the tanks. But Procomi was obviously thinking about their usage and thinking about the lines of attack the enemy was going to come in, and by that way they ended up getting most of them only got a single kill, even if that, but. Those kills and the threat that those brutes start, like the threat that they can push out, where the enemy suddenly thinks, well, damn, I'm gonna need both recon and some extra infantry to start pushing this, and their mental effect becomes one that makes the enemy even more passive. And I think the key here was that even though the mech opener in the middle, the pretty standard for 27th on this map and for most armored divisions on this map, the attack there completely kind of paralyzed and took away the natural early momentum from ninth. And ninth wanted to play that quite passively, but even when they played passively, they didn't get the kills for the T80. So whatever happened, the T80s were always going to be back there repairing themselves. So the next attack with the T72s would require even more reinforcements, and then the next one would need even more reinforcements. And it was sometimes even like tragic comical, like looking at the clusters only barely having the T80 survive. And I think that that number of tanks was what Dark Neutron was constantly thinking about. And the fact that he didn't see those tanks, I didn't see when Pro Comi was lacking supply and couldn't have brought them back into action if he wanted to. But not Dark Neutron was seeing them behind every corner, I think, and just played too careful.
Yeah. And let's see what Dark Neutron can come up with in game number 2. I like the reason why Dark Neutron is in the semifinal. I think you really could see that as well. I liked his setup of forces. He just could have pushed a bit more there. Like both the micro and the timidness, maybe facing Procomi, maybe thinking like, oh, even though Procomi lost, as many player units as a normal player did lose against me in ranked, it's still Pro Comi, so I don't want to push him. Like, there were a couple of opportunities there where Dark Neutron could have taken better positions by pushing and played from there, and he didn't, and I think that backfired here. But might have also been the first game of the day or so for them. So let's see what we get here in game number 2. I'm optimistic that it will be a close series here, as even though the KD was somewhat high in the end, that was just 27th, then being the higher tech division. But before that, it was a nice back and forth, and I'm really looking forward to see what we see here in game 2. Quick break, guys, and then we're going to be back with that one. So, hello everyone and welcome back. Game number 2 here, Dark Neutron Pro Commie. I have no idea what my voice just did there, but it did that. And we have an OG West German versus OG West German matchup here ahead of us. Second Panzer versus Fifth. But before we jump in there, quick shout out to the Matcherino page, guys, where all of you can support funding this tournament. And all you do have to go and click the claim code button here. And that adds 25 cents to the prize pool. Completely for free to you, but it will be paid out to some of the players in the end. And these two are already in the money, thanks to us getting to 200 bucks. They will get either 15 or 10% of the prize pool. And if you help us getting to 400, and clicking the claim code button does that, all you have to do is click on the link, go up here, click claim code, and then, yeah, you can add that money for free there. You also obviously can help out with direct contributions. A big thanks to everybody who did. Like Feta, Cam Warrior, Chris, Tom, 36, 60 Vister, Brett, username here, coming in here together, getting us to 326 already. And yeah, you can help out with more there. So if you want to help do that, that would be much appreciated. Only takes a second. And if you want to help out this channel, consider leaving a like on YouTube and follow the channel, subscribe, and be a channel member if you really have the money and want to support us that way. And obviously, don't forget to go over to Glorite's Twitch channel and do a bit of liking there as well if you want to see some lovely WARNO stream together with some political discussions. And yeah.
The streams will return as soon as the weather starts getting worse.
Yeah, and Pro Commie and Dark Neutron here, they have some lovely stuff coming our way here. Fifth Panzer coming along with Roland 3s, coming along with Fan Spears. They are a bit slower division though. You have a couple more Vulture stuff on the other side, and no attack helicopters on 5th means that you actually can use these Vulture units on 2nd Panzer Grenadier without having to fear to be immediately annihilated. And that's going to be interesting as Dark Neutron really wants to pressure Oscar here.
Yeah, I mean, this from Dark Neutral side, this is like relatively standard opener here. The helicopter in the south area, the recon chopper, will spot if the enemy is doing a big mech attack into Zulu, which is the standard opener would be for Pro Commie here. There's a single Eye Hawk, there's a single Gepard, there's a bunch of Fallschirm Aufklärer and Fallschirm Milan 2s, some of the best units out there, I think, and 3 pioneers to go and fight for the actual zone of Oscar. And the thing that's irregular here is that Pro Commie is going all in on the north side, having even bought a tank, a fire support tank, which is the Leopard 1A5, and 2 Rolands, as well as a bunch of infantry. This is kind of a armored battle group going right there onto Oscar. And if this can actually, because I think Pro Commie is expecting their enemy to play more passively because of this map and because of the 2nd Panzer Grenadier having the forward deployment advantage. So the way to kind of play around that is to stack a bunch of anti-air, because your enemy is likely going to counter your early aggression with a heavy bomber or an AT plane, and just get all of your stuff out there in Oscar and try to trade out your heavy tanks as soon as possible, knowing that the kind of opener that 2nd Panzer Grenadier does on Zulu won't be able to immediately punish him by pushing into the 2-point zone of Lima. So the first bears have good enough recon to hold this. There are some cheap rocket planes in 5th Panzer that can eliminate singular enemy infantry squads if they push a little bit further. And the early engagements of the Leopards going out there and trying to secure the area around Oscar, there is nothing here that can realistically challenge them for the moment. And the Fallschirm Milan is going to be spotted right now, and the first pair will likely, unless the Fallschirmjäger Aufklärer take them, and they take them out. No. Okay, Milan 2 is in play.
Yeah, that's a really nice first kill there. Jäger Aufklärer and Alouettes here all spotting this. That's good for Pro Commie, that he has so much good recon around. The Eyehawk not going to be immediately able to deal with that. And Dark Neutron here has to manage his Milan 2 better. Firing and 2 ult assist retreating, that's something that you want to avoid. As you need every single shot of this thing. Alouette immediately goes down to Ihawk. The Pioneers will make it into the town. So that's going to be annoying, but Martyrs and Leos can help out there from the side. Good dodge here. Fantastic dodge from Dark Neutron. And that F4F might go down here. Ihawk does miss twice, so it actually is going to live. But the other Milan 2 at least is living as well. Leo to A4 has to smoke off. Does so just in time. Alouette's both gonna get Geparded, so the recon here getting a bit worse as well, but there is still the Jäger Aufklärer, so the Milan 2 not having the easiest of time here still, and is now down to only 1 missile. Pioneers pushing through the town. BO105 not able to do anything here as long as the Roland 3s stay close to the other units. First Leo 2A3 coming in, and Dark Neutron might want to realize that he has actually the advantage in the south and set up that push towards Lima there. Tornado cluster. Oh, what can it do? Double roll on 3 there, gets the kill. It gets the bombs dropped out and might not hit anything. It only damages a Martyr. That's a big loss here. And that's really a big setback here for Dark Neutron, as that was an expensive plane. It didn't do anything, and now Pioneers fight Pioneers in the town, but one half has good fire support from the outside, and the other one doesn't, and this is a big issue here for our player in blue, who does need to realize how much of an advantage he has around Lima.
Yeah, as soon as the Fallschirmaufklärer, now down to 2 men, gets bursted down by something, the vehicles, the Fuchses, and the Martyrs can just drive into the town, and there's nothing else with AT weapon. The Milan 2 just fired its final 6th shot, and infantry is pushing out to secure the reinforcement roads into Oscar, and even the Leopard 2A3 and the Ihawk are retreating, so Dark Neutron is just completely relegating this, which is probably the correct choice. There are no immediate reinforcements for Dark Neutron or even movements to start attacking into Lima, which, considering there's only a single unit in Lima, would probably be the thing to do right now. But I think Dark Neutron is just content in sitting behind like 500 points and then trying to engage the enemy force in some kind of a pre-planned position. The worst thing that you can do, as kind of happened in the last game maybe, is to keep feeding the enemy force units instead of actually preparing some kind of a counter. And we're seeing Pro Commie is pushing far, telling the Martyrs to push further than normal. And this is kind of, I think, Pro Commie is realizing that all of the stuff has disappeared and will likely. I think Pro Commie might actually, if it gets a crucial kill here, might actually try to push into X-Ray, as that is likely the softest target right now. 3 more ATGM Milan 2s getting sent into the southern town, as well as a Leopard 2 to prepare for any more attacks. So, yeah. I mean, it's a 500-point lead. Could be worse for Dark Neutron.
Yeah, he got no real kills, though, and that's the big issue. He lost the expensive plane. He didn't even get the F4F rocket killed, which was a bit unfortunate there with 2 Ihawk shots so close on the F4F. And he didn't get to push in towards Lima. If he would be at the outskirts of Lima right now, I would say this actually would be a pretty good position for him. If he would have recognized that all the investments, like if he would have just made a bit of quick math in his head and calculate that there is around 1,300 or more points even around the north, and Lima must be open, he could have been there now already. He might be going for a bit of a push in a near future, but that might actually be a bad idea, because by then it seems like Pro Commie might have enough forces around there. And yeah, it's once more Dark Neutron here being a bit too timid for my liking after somewhat ballsy opener, but that's what you kind of need to do with the lighter division. He could have done the real 1-2 punch and go for the weak underbelly here of Lima. And Pro Commie now with the push through the north, if Dark Neutron can't stop that, he might be in a really rough spot. If the Martyr 1A2 and the Leo 1A5 get into X-Ray here for free, and I'm not sure how much the Milan 2 can do about it. Most likely not much, as it will likely go down in transport. Yeah, okay, this is a disaster.
Yeah, I think I was checking Dark Neutron's vision, and Dark Neutron did not get the info about the Roland 3s before they shot down the cluster plane. So I think that might have been the hidden component there might have kept him more passive, not recognizing like the whole force that went up there in the north. Dark Neutron is positioning so many units in the northern area here, and I just think that that's so easily spottable by a wide range of potential recon infantry units.
Oh.
And with the Eyehawk not getting unloaded, the rocket plane actually doesn't get tagged. So this is Dark Neutron's gonna have to fight basically fortify X-ray with a bunch of infantry, which is going to take away from the forces needed to start pushing Lima. But
Yeah, he's in such a
Procomi
rough
is
spot there, Dark X-Ray. And Procomi is pushing in with the Iltis Führungs quickly. Procomi is using the agility that Dark Newton is lacking. And oh my
no
goodness! That
three
Martyr!
on
How is that
four.
allowed to happen? Oh, 3 kills of 1 Martyr, 1A2 killing off Panzer Grenadiers. Oh, this is absolute hell. Iltis Führungs at least goes down, but Procomi is just shredding through Dark Newton's rear line here. Dark Newton really not with the best micro today. And needs to get some big kills here to turn this around. Otherwise, obviously against a player like Procomi, you will be in a tough spot there.
Yeah, the Procomi even doing infantry aggro down south, putting the Panzer Grenadiers and the Sikarungs to taking crucial positions and actually kind of putting the southern town of Zulu under siege, even though there is no real capacity to push in there yet. Now, the Leopard 2 is doing the same thing to Procomi that Procomi just did to Dark Neutron, taking out the infantry reinforcements. But Leopard 2A4 as well as the rocket plane are moving in to intercept with the Roland attacking the Tornado IDS. Very crucial to get that thing out.
Yeah, Leo 1A1 gets hit by the Panzer Grenadiers in the south as well. 4 more Martyrs now coming in, but the Roland goes down. The Leo 2A3 there in a really vulnerable spot to anything trying to push it. And because of those heavy losses in the north, Diagnostian now also doesn't have an advantage in the south anymore, because he has to invest so much into that northern sector, because he didn't secure it earlier, because he didn't put the pressure onto the south, and yeah, really not playing true second Panzer Grenadiers advantage in this matchup here outside of the opener, which Procomi did deal with nicely, but he did have to invest so much into Oscar, and yeah, he did do the deep push there. The Leo 2A3 even pushing further forward is a big mistake here, as now the BO1A5s are coming in with the ATGMs, and they likely gonna get the kill there. Yes, they do, and Leo 2A3 goes down, and this is such a crucial unit. You can't afford to lose that. You only get so few of those in second Panzer Grenadier. And Tornado, Mehrzweckwaffe, F4F coming in for the Eyehawk. Doesn't get the kill there. Mehrzweckwaffe, though, gets a good amount of kills, and Procomi about to push into the south. Procomi about to push through the north, and yeah, this is not Dark Neutron's game here either, it seems like.
Yeah, the Procomi, as I said in the earlier game about the removal heavy playstyle. I'm borrowing the term from Hearthstone or card games in general, but like the kind of recognizing that there is a single Eyehawk that is firing, and if you suppress that Eyehawk with a cheap rocket plane that has 30 ECM, you can send in a Meshachwaffe, and the Meshachwaffe will just do free damage. Suddenly, even more infantry reinforcements are needed and bought for the southern town, even though there's only a single Sikarungs pushing into it. Like Procomi is using the momentum advantage of knowing that their enemy is just gonna have to feed stuff up north to basically like play his own little chess game down south to take free kills.
Yeah, Marder 182 here in danger. At least the Marder plop off Dark Newton finally does the job here. BO105 Recon doing a decent amount of work as the Pioneers and Marders start to push through the south. Milan 2 here gets a bit of damage in. Marder 182 pushing through the Sicherungs. BO105 goes down as Milan 2 comes around. No air, no artillery. A lot of Pioneers getting into the town. And yeah, Pioneers and Carl Gustavs here all are already in here. And the two mothers of Dark Neutron likely gonna be too late here to save this town, and that means that the 400 points of tick likely not gonna last for long. No CV here just yet, but it can come around soon, and I don't see how Dark Neutron keeps on hold on to this town. Leo 2A4 is something he can't deal with. His mothers and with the Panzer Grenadiers inside are not good enough to stop this. The Milan 2 out of ammo, about to go down. And yeah, the Sicherungs and Pioneers here keep on pressuring through. Ildes Führung's about to even capture the north. The Pioneer Carl Gustavs, they are great to deal with all the Martyrs. The Martyrs run into them. Might be able to stun one of them down. Yeah, get the first one. But Martyrs, number one went down. Second Pioneer Carl Gustav could do some damage here. Hasn't moved forward yet. Okay, that actually might be dealt with. Big push to the south. Tornado ADS. Not getting the kill there either. The Roland 3 is pushing it back. Leo 2A4C still alive. That would fall, that at least would give a bit of hope here back to the south. Leo 2A3 once more going super deep here. IDS once more not finding anything though. Panzer Grenadier in the Marder 1A2 in trouble. The Iltis Führungs in the north had to disengage at least. Fuchs Milan, Viva Milan 2 setting up pressure in the north.
No.
Panzer Mega Führer and Leo 2A3 go down in the south. Panzer Grenadiers, they're getting the kill with the Panzerfaust 44 side shots. Leo 2A4C still alive. F4F rocket still coming around. The Roland 3 might even get the kill here on the IDS. They don't, but it's only blue units dying here right now. And there comes the big second follow-up from Procomi into the southern town. Pioneer Carl Gustav, Sicherungs, and Leo 2A4Cs. And still no CV, but that's not needed yet. It's 36 minutes, and he just has to keep up the pressure. And there we see it. GG is called. And yeah, Procomi here with a absolutely deserved and really clean game in game number 2. And Dark Neutron really needs to figure out where Procomi's vulnerabilities are and when he can push and when he has to get in there for some blood. Otherwise, he will continue play from a back point position. And yeah, this game number 2 was a rough one.
Yeah, both of those games so far we've seen Procomi play the slower, the heavier division, even though not by much, take the initiative and take the aggressive positions, and then Dark Neutron failing to capitalize on that, instead trying to kind of beat the enemy on the field, so to speak, trying to trade equally, and Procomi just using that passivity to his advantage, whether it be in the first game, resupplying and reinforcing all of those weak positions when the enemy wouldn't push, or in this case, like taking the southern town, even though for the most of the game, when the decisive engagements were happening, there was only a single recon unit holding the whole south. There were moments there where a Dark Neutron moving up could have actually signaled to Comi that no, we can't support with reinforcements this backline attack anymore, and the counterattack into Lima could have actually helped to prevent that the backline action from happening. And Procomi seems to have this magical ability to induce terror on their opponents, and the opponents just constantly wanting to play fair and not take too many risks, knowing that they could easily be punished.
Yeah, and that was the game where Dark Neutron needed to push the envelope after the early game losses. Like, you know, you're so far behind in trades that you need to get better positions. So even if you lose a push in the south, I think you need to risk a push in the south, and he didn't do that. And it's just like, yeah, it just went from there as expected. Like, you just get overwhelmed because you're so far behind in trades and you don't have any positions to show for it. So obviously the enemy is just gonna out-trade you because you don't have any positions to trade back for good trades, and you just are behind, and then the enemy just can snowball that, and any good player can snowball that, and that's what happened here in game number 2 to Dark Neutron as well. Just getting snowballed heavily through that mechanized combined arms, and he needs to find a way around that. Otherwise, this will be a clean sweep. He needs to find a footing here and maybe take 1 or 2 more risks. Like, he doesn't need to take big risks. He just needs to push some weak spots here and maybe do the math about how much Dr. Brokomi actually has on the front line. Like, obviously, it's easier from our perspective, but it should be doable from his one as well. So, yeah, we'll see how that goes. Quick break, and then we're going to be back with game number 3. So we're back into it, everybody, and we have this time around Dark Neutral on the heavier division, as we have a matchup of two divisions that are similar, as both of them are heavy Soviet tank divisions. Both of them have a lot of high quality air superiority fighters in MiG-29s and Su-27s, and both of them are just pretty good all-rounders, but a bit slower in the mid game. And the 119th has the heavy attack though. Oh no, wait, what? What am I talking
Not
about?
119th, it's 20th.
The 20th Panzerla. What the hell am I talking about? How do I come
Yeah.
up? I just completely whiffed there, guys.
Yeah, I would argue that 25th is probably the slightly heavier with the T-64s, just due to its lack of or like organic infantry recon.
Oh, my brain just completely stopped there. Then I saw T-72 and I was like, what the hell am I talking about? And then I realized, it's a really interesting, medium tank division matchup here with the two most efficient tanks in the game. T-64A OBR 83, still fantastic, even after a small nerf. And on the other side, the T-72M. Both relatively short range, both great penetration and great armor for the cost though. The T-64 lower range, but the faster firing gun and the better armor. T-72 still really good as well. No smoke there though. So yeah, really, really interesting matchup as well. And yeah, the Honker Rusto coming up with speed here.
Yeah, Dark Neutron seems to be playing hardball here with the Honkers, trying to get the Honkers out there as fat. Like the recon is getting some pretty audacious locations, which is exactly what you want to do when you're playing against 25th. The 25th, I would kind of describe it to a beginner as kind of a mech only division, even though you do get a lot of infantry in BMP2s, which is very nice. You don't get the tempo to play infantry the way you do with other divisions. So you're gonna be opening with your Rasvedka BMP2s and your Recon T-64, which we already see here. And then when your tanks are out there in the fight, you buy a recon helicopter or you buy a UAV, and that's what's actually going to help you keep your tank movement going, that you don't stop and fortify necessarily, even though with the BMP2s you can do that. And with the excellent Su-27 fighters and just the very good pacing in which you can get the tanks out there, 25th, I think it's kind slightly eclectic currently because the 79th is so powerful and 20th is so powerful. But I personally always liked it, and I like the concept that it's kind of like an all-in division, but instead of 119th having the best tanks, this one has the most mediocre.
Yeah, we have a lot of HGMs here coming out of Dark Neutron, but you don't get Conquerors with this Polish. So you only get the Fagot, which is decent against BMP2, but not great. It doesn't quite one-shot them. It needs one more pan to do so, and that's annoying. And against T-64s, it's actually pretty bad. So lacking a bit in penetration there, you need to rely on your T-72s to get the kills. On this map, sometimes a bit harder. You don't get any big number of max range units here, only the two or three T-72s that you get in the most modernized version with the Polish, but outside of that, everything else has only 2,100 meter range. That's the better T-64s come with longer range. And yeah, Pro Commie here still setting up, and I have to see. Yeah, no, we have unpaused. Just wanted to make sure there, guys. It's just a pretty surprisingly long deployment here coming out of Pro Commie, but there we go. And what the hell is Pro Commie doing here? That's not 1,500 points.
I think this is going to be an air rush. As I said with the opener heavy play here, we have an Mi-8 recon rocket helicopter transporting recon squad. We have two forward deploying recon tanks with a cube and a two standard. Like this is not all of the points have been spent here. So a bunch of those points are currently either waiting for info or going to be going into the planes. And I think it really is going to be, can Pro Commie get their sights on anything? There is no UAV here out, and there is no recon helicopter. Do they get the recon gunship? Maybe they do. I don't know.
No, but they get Su-25s, a good couple. So that could be interesting, including the one with 3 rocket pods that can fire simultaneously. But we don't see anything like that yet. And somebody drove through your living room there?
Yeah, I live in this sort of. Don't worry about it.
BMP2 getting against the Mi2 US there. Not quite getting it. Especially GSR in the south found. And where the hell are the units here, Pro Commie? Like, what the hell is going on here? He still hasn't bought anything. Is this just going to be 5 planes at once? Is he saving up the first 2 minutes for planes? because there still hasn't been a single unit bought. There still hasn't been anything further on brought onto the battlefield. The T-64s here at least are doing decently well, but
No, it's the Star Deck disease. The Star Deck disease. Now we have the first Su-25 getting out there.
Is it just baiting out fighters from the other side? Or like, it's only one. Like, that's not what you needed to wait 2 minutes for. We have a lot of units bought by Dark Neutron in the north, but the center is actually pushed here. Anna is pushed by the T-72s, by the T-64s, and the S-25 here coming in from the side, getting good damage, but not finishing off the job. Both T-72s still alive. That's surprising, yeah. T-64 B1 goes down on the other side, and the T-72s actually do survive. BMP2 goes down there unnecessarily. Second Su-25 comes around now, but that's only the second unit being bought. And we already had 2 minutes of income here. Like, that's not all you can have here. And 2 important units already went down from the few units that you even get. T-72M goes down there. BMP1 under fire. So the south still under siege here. I think Dark Neutron overinvested a bit in the north, but currently is helped out by Brocomi. Just not having that much, as I said that though. Su-25 gets the kill there. T-72 M1D goes down. Still nothing bought here on the right side. This is a really weird game, as Brocomi still gets the better traits on the with this so far, but I'm not sure by how much.
I have a theory. I think the knowledge that the Polish have like maybe the best recon opener in the game with the Honkers and GRSs and all of this. So maybe this is purposefully trying to hide what it's doing. If you don't have anything on the board, you're not gonna give the early game advantage to your enemy with the recon. Like the recon has been rendered useless or at least less effective because there is not a stuff on board. So when when the enemy starts pushing out here and starts doing things, that's when Pro Commie can catch the enemy out of position with an overinvestment into air. And now Su-25 rocket getting taken out there, but Pro Commie's main attack, which is happening down south here, has been doing pretty well. Like there is a Maljutka in a pretty uncomfortable position, but the Motorosverka can push for this. And Dark Neutron investing very heavily into tanks to hold the southern area. But okay, now with the Schmel drone getting bought, maybe I still don't think all the points have been spent. I get the Mi-8. The Mi-8 rocket is nice because that thing can like just burst down the small squads and the honkers. And I get the Su-25s as well to get some early kills, force the enemy to start buying coups. But if you don't exploit this momentum here, the enemy is just going to have coups. And if they're going to have coups, Su-25s are not going to be that relevant.
Yeah, MiG-21 here even coming around now, though that at least should have a counter. If he hasn't bought a fighter at this point, I would be really surprised. Yeah, there comes the Su-27. The Schmel goes down, but the MiG-21 biz shouldn't be long for this world. As I said that, it's... Oh, wow. Oh, wow. The Su-27 needs to get that. Otherwise, that would be a big shame. It does get it. Okay. MiG-21 biz goes down. T-72M pushing the T-64 BR with smokes off in time. Motto Radredka get a good push in the south, killing off BRDM2 Maljutka P. So that's not a big victory. And we have a +2 coming in now for Dark Neutron. And Dark Neutron still has the center point here. And yeah, the air... Oh, the fuck out with the side shot! Gets the tank kill. This is big. This is... Like, now Dark Neutron doesn't have a massive disadvantage in the south anymore. Now it's equal footing. Valsty has the whole north. And the planes of Brocomi haven't done that much yet. He has a MiG-27K seed yet now, but Coop was turned off. Good micro there by Dark Neutron. Seed micro usually is pretty decent on his end. And yeah, there we have the Wilk. That's the modernized T-72 I was talking earlier about. Coming around here. Big amount of smoke, though it only has one stop smoke, one load. Has other tanks as well. And yeah, 18 pen on 2275 meter range. That's range is the key part here. Good accuracy as well. That's what makes the Wilk pretty special. But outside of that here currently, Yeah, just a chill game so far for Dark Neutron now. Like, the air rush was annoying, but didn't get massive value. I still don't get why the first SU-25 split its shots and didn't finish off the first job, as that could have saved the BMP-2, that could have maybe even saved the T-64, and allowed uh, Pro-Commie to push into the center, but the center is still under control. The north's fully under control here by blue side, and long term, that means that Pro-Commie needs to break through the south, and that's never easy, especially not against a division that can throw as much just pure stuff at you as 20th Panzerna.
Yeah, the pure stuff here, I like, it looks like the plan was to get some key kills with the air power, or with the rocket, or with the T-64 Rasvedkas, and then go and exploit that. But the heavy investment into North by Dark Neutron meant that there were less targets. So Pro-Commie, it took some time for Pro-Commie to actually find out where the Special Forces recon squads were, and by that point the momentum had kind of been lost. And then Dark Neutron's counterattack in the middle, where they destroyed one of the recon tanks, that one was where Pro-Commie spent their resources. And now here we see a Schmel spotting a bunch of stuff for the Su-25s and the Mi-8 recon. So the airplay seems to be pretty all right. Knowing that there is a siege plane means that the cubes are turned off for Dark Neutron, which means that they lack the spotting capacity on long range, but also cannot be targeted by the siege missile. So the Pro-Commie, having this info, knowing where the coops are, kind of is playing on the sides here, and the coops have not been turned off yet, knowing that the siege missile 4,700 meters, 4,700 meters, it's under the range of the coop, but still quite dangerous.
Ooh, double MiG-21 actually gets the kill here in the short range engagement against the Su-27. Su-27 not getting a kill in retaliation, so that's a nice air win there, but the push in the north is pretty real here now from Pro-Commie. Even gets the Fagot there before the Strela can do anything about the Mi-8. Next MiG-29 coming in. Not able to kill off the MiG-21 either. Dark Neutron there, a bit fortunate in these air engagements, not losing any of the MiG-21s. As the Su-25 rocket coming in again, we need maybe the next coup on the battlefield here as well. Though a couple more ground units are now needed as well. BMP-1 with Piechota coming in. The south is safe here right now. Strelas coming up. ZU-23 surprisingly strong against Su-25s as they get to fire on them, as they get to aim on them, because they are so flying so low and they're also pretty slow. But obviously the rocket Su-25 can demolish them quite quickly as well, so it's not in direct counter. It's just that for cheap AAPs like they are surprisingly decent against those planes.
Yeah, the buys and the reinforcements for Pro-Commie constantly baffle me, but I guess this is the way to go here. Like Pro-Commie has designed this, I believe, as some kind of a counterplay for 20th Pancherna, and the main threat for that 20th can pose here are the cubes, and as long as the cubes are played around off and the Strelas can be spotted and bursted down by something, the limited ground forces are kind of supposed to kind of walk behind the air damage, and we've seen that the air damage here can be pretty significant, and it really is just Dark Neutron has been having some pretty decent luck with the MiG-21s, and the fact that the Su-27s have not performed is obviously putting an extra strain on Pro-Commie's tactic here.
Yeah, Mi-8 goes down, MiG-21 does survive again. Su-25 here coming in against the ZSUs, both standing both down, trying to come for the coup, gets pushed back before it can get a kill there, and might get killed off here before it can get out. Coup number 2 in the south is out of ammo. That's a bit unfortunate. So the Su-25 actually makes it. The other coup out of ammo as well. So that's a bit of a problem here right now for Dark Neutron. Gus 66x6 running away from the BMP-2. We have some T-72 Wilk moving forward, but the Su-25 is there, so that's a dangerous engagement there. Yeah, Wilk goes down. Strela gets pushed down as well. Coops reloading. And there comes in the ZU-23s. That's what I'm talking about. They have decent damage. So they finish the job there at least. So the SU-25 at least goes down. But the BMP2 push here is pretty scary. BMP2s go down though in decent numbers as well. But there is still T-64. There is still a BMP-1 KR coming up here to stop the take. So the BMP2s and BMP1s of Dark Neutron now here need to put in a stand to at least stop that BMP1 from too easily moving up north. 500 points, that's a decent little point number here. That's a decent amount of advantage in that regard for Dark Neutron, but it won't hold out for all that long if +2 swips around here. SU-22 AT. Oh, if that gets the T-64 Retrovedka, that would be big. Nice smoke. Not quite fast enough, but the TGM doesn't hit. And S-25 rocket here pushed back. Next one coming around through the south. S-22 pushed back as well by a coup. As both sides here falling back with their planes. And yeah, Procomi gets the capture in the north. And currently no tanks around for Dark Neutron to push that until the Wild comes around. At the same time, though, big push with T-72s in the south. T-64 numbers there, not big enough. And yeah, the big air investments in the north, the big counterattack in the north, left the south vulnerable, and really good engagement this time from Dark Neutron. This is the initiative he was lacking in the last two games. This is what the kind of plays I want to see from him. He is so good in setting those forces up. He just didn't use them the last two games, and this time around, that infantry plus 2 tanks did put out the pressure and did get in there, and this is where Dark Neutron now maybe can really set up the heat here against Procomi by solidifying the south. Then he even can afford losing the northern point, and this is the big danger here now from Procomi, that he did invest too much into the north and now starts looting the south, so he needs to find a way of at least keeping a bit of pressure onto that part.
Yeah, Procomi's tactic here is to try to get the lead on kills, knowing that if it becomes just units versus units toe-to-toe, the 20th Pancherna is going to have inherent recon advantage and also just more stuff, especially infantry-wise, to fight this. And Procomi's strategy of relying on key damage dealers and microing them around the sheer mass of Poland, it is dependent on the enemy being too passive. Like on the southern area, there was a single tank and it was not in position even. So the Piechota Schmeck walked in there, spotted the enemy, and the T-72s realized that they would have a perfect engagement and push through. And right now, as there is basically very little realistically that Procomi can do to get the southern zone of Boris back, this forces Procomi to start playing the field. Suddenly, Procomi needs to start playing more aggressively and needs to start getting up the kills and actually just destroying the enemy forces. Even if Comi gets the northern position, confusingly called center, the northern position will only keep the points balance up, and Dark Neutron is leading on this. So now I think we're gonna see Procomi try to engage down south and see what happens. But with the coup line being so powerful already, the Su-25s are gonna be a little bit obsolete. A MiG-21 taking out the Schmel. The radar AA does not target the Schmel, but the short range AA does. And yeah, I think Comi is in a really bad way here. Comi's tactic has not gotten out the results, and 20th Pancherna's fundamentals are just strong enough to counter 25th fundamentals on this level.
Yeah, and Procomi really losing a couple too many of his opener units, losing a bit too much ground, a bit too much momentum there. If he would have been able to get into Anna with his airplay and the ground units he had there in the start, the whole situation would be a lot different. But he fumbled that away a bit by losing so many of the only 8 or 10 ground units that he lost at the beginning without having replacements ready because he bought so many planes. And that is what would allow Dark Neutron to get the capture in the south. Though Dark Neutron currently not having a CV down there, that's a bit of a mistake. Should get one in there relatively soon, as Procomi likely gonna get the northern zone and get a +2 for themselves. Both sides actually out of CVs on the battlefield right now, though. That's pretty interesting. Next CV now coming in for Dark Neutron. But yeah, both sides didn't have a chance to capture anything here in the last 2-3 minutes.
Yeah, the actual ground that either player has, Procomi has a very timid hold on the middle. Doesn't even have ATGMs there outside of the Conquerors in the kind of the defensive position. Procomi has most of their units in a place where they're not really gonna be able to fight off a Dark Neutron. If Dark Neutron wants to start pushing to the northern part of Dimitri, there have not been enough reinforcements, not enough, even if enough supply here. Up until now for Procomi to hold that. And the southern area here, we're seeing the T-72s take a bunch of shots from the Mi-24V, which is getting some great damage there and driving the enemy further. But there are no units that realistically can hold this. Komi is still trying with a single zero-vet Motostrelki, taking out a supply and now following up with the 2 tanks and the 2 helicopters. But yeah, with the AA opening fire right now, most of this force is not realistically going to be able to catch this. There is more planes and more T-64s coming in to counterattack south. But yeah, on these ranges, going to be very difficult for Komi to trade up here.
Yeah, first plane down. As MiG-27K in trouble there. Does a decent defend.
50% ECM on the MiG-27.
Yeah, Strela and ZSU go down on the other side, so decent trades there. But T-72 M1D leader on the way. That will increase the tick here for Dark Neutron most likely. And Procomi still needs to get the pressure in here through the south. T-64s start to arrive. Schmeltron not really gonna figure out any way to get through this air defense easily now with planes anymore. And BMP-1KR finally coming out for center. That's a important CV there for both sides coming in now. Well, it's S22M Syria 30 coming in to get some kills here. Gets the Schmel. Gets good damage against the T-64. T-64 nearly about to go down. And the BMP-2 gets the kill there. This is an expansive loss here as well. The T-64 BVs with the ATGM are a key long-range hold unit here in this matchup. And losing one of those is pretty painful.
Yeah, this is Dark Neutron is clearly in positions that they're currently comfortable with. Just getting the stuff on board, sitting behind a 500-point lead, and every once in a while having the enemy try to do something, and then converging their own units to punish them. The massive numbers of supply here are kind of going as opposed to the lesser amount of supply that 25th gets. And Procomi now, even with the very timid +1 advantage, is buying artillery. And Komi moving away from artillery, from like the tank and airplay into artillery, kind of shows that one part of the strategy is now over. Komi has also transitioned into just relying on coups, doesn't have enough fighters here, and buying the fighters is also very risky with the enemy having such a strong anti-air line.
Fagot coming in versus the BMPs in the north. Not able to get a hit there, but can be annoying at least here. And yeah, Dark Neutron only now needs to finally get in there in the south to stop the tick. That's the only thing they really need to do, and then hold on to that. The supply trucks for the 3 damaged T-72s is coming up, so the 2 T-64 OBRs should not be enough to push through here. But yes, sure, Procomi has the north, but you can't go anywhere from there. The Vertigo rework hasn't happened yet. Hopefully we will eventually get one and get back some rear zone points here somewhere in the north. I'm not quite sure where to put them, but you need to put some there. My favorite would be onto these buildings here for a +1 zone, that the south still has more weight, but you at least have some rear zones in the north. But that's not what we have right now, so ProCommie has to go back south, and I'm not sure how he can do this.
Yeah, another big counterattack, but the T-72 force has just in time managed to repair themselves. Units that are repaired by multiple supply units repair way faster, so the key information here. Series 30 AT plane coming in and diving does not get any kills here, but a bunch of smokes have already been used for ProCommie, and with the T-72s only now moving out there to engage and taking out the OBR-83. Very key kill.
Yeah, Biusa not getting the kill in return. Artillery coming in, gets the Conquerors in the north. Dana, really nice artillery with quick rate of fire. Now going for the coup. And yeah, this is Dark Neutron how I want to see him. This is a really classic Dark Neutron kind of game. Good combined arms units pushing around. Good usage of slightly heavier units like those T-72s. Like this is really Dark Neutron's best kind of usage, and those start doing the damage here. Coup under fire. Not going down just yet. They're landing around it. Next salvo setting up. T-72 M1D moving around. M1's having to fall back. As the Mi-8 rocket does a bit of damage, but doesn't get a kill. MiG-21 Biz AA in the sky. MiG-29 AA1 hunting it, but once more not quick enough, not close enough to get the kill. MiG-29 getting dealt damage, forced out, and yeah, the whole air openers shenanigans of ProCommie isn't really going on anymore. He is not snowballing it. Mi-24 goes down as well. He is not getting a foot in here in the south. Good counterattack from Dark Neutron, clearing house there, being really efficient about it. Chilka getting the kill there against the Mi-24V, and Dark Neutron is really in the driver's seat this game around.
Yeah, what really kind of symbolizes ProCommie's position here, and maybe even ProCommie's strategy, is that all of this infantry, the Motostrelki with the BMP2s, is all zero vet. And you don't have to take them. You have enough slots and enough cars to take them at even a Veteran C2 if you want to. But I think ProCommie has shirked on the fundamentals, on the infantry tab, to be able to have every single one of those cards of Su-25s and those helicopters and those planes. The not managing to get those key early kills, and I really think it started out from not finding enough of the honkers. Like if you get 2 kills on recon vehicles early on, then you know
T-64B in trouble. The Su-22 comes in with the kill. Su-25 on the other side at least is able to kill it and shoot it down. A coup goes down here towards some Giatsins as well. We have the next big push here with 3 T-64s set up, but the one that went down was the one that
standard thing. So what happened so far is the T-72s have moved back into the standard thing. So what happened so far is the T-72s have moved back into the southern zone of Boris, and they're getting into the southern zone of Boris, and they're getting into pretty close range engagements here with the main force of ProCommie. T-64s on these ranges and on all other ranges as well, superior to the T-72s, if just because of their significantly higher rate of fire, and but not able to prevent the reinforcements of other units into the zone here. And ProCommie, as soon as the further they push into Boris, the closer they are to the T-72s, which will then be able to do more damage on close ranges, making it even more riskier. ProCommie does have a single Motorasvedka unit up there on the hill, which is allowing them to do some damage with the air power, theoretically, at least to understand what's going on here.
And the T-64's got really good engagements there, but he didn't finish the job. Why is he not pushing further? Oh my goodness, why is ProCommie retreating right now? He could actually turn this around. Why? What? He's not going for the kill. All these T-72s are so low, they're all surviving. What is ProCommie doing? Like, yeah, maybe that's an ambush, but that's his only way to go back, and he's not using it? Oh my goodness, ProCommie. Why so timid?
Yeah, this is tragic. The Motorasvedka has everything here spotted, but just wants to have
the S-25 coming in. Okay, getting at least 2 of them will get annihilated for it. But at least gets 2 of them killed. But why are the T-64s retreating? Like, he has the motor shotgun there, and he needs to get in there. This was maybe the chance for the comeback. He did get really good tank shots there, and every single time the aim of the tanks of Dark Neutron here was off, and his Dark Neutron tanks all failed to get their shots off, all failed to deal damage there against the T-64s, and the T-64s didn't do that, so really a misengagement by Dark Neutron, but I have no idea why Dark Neutron, Pro Commie backed out of that. Really
maybe
weird move.
Maybe Commie's running out of tanks. There's a lot of stuff on upvetted. Maybe they just cannot afford to lose them.
SU-27 coming around here. BMP2s moving up. E-8T rocket coming in from the rear here as well. Slowly flying in. As SU-22 comes around. Gets the kill against the T-64B1. Gets the kill there. SU-27S coming up. Not really getting a hang on there against the SU-22. MiG-21s are around again. And that means the north might be pushable now again with the T-64 going down there. The Vilk has to be careful with the Conquerors around, but we have the Dana that can deal with that. And Pro Commie now coming up with more BMP2s, but at the same time, the reinforcements here coming in for Dark Neutron in the south as well. And yeah, this was the moment. And he let it go away. And I'm not sure there will be a second opening like that coming up again.
Yeah. Commie's reinforcements here, the BMP2s, are moving in to be able to basically do fire support with their ATGMs. And with the T-72s lacking smoke, that can be very powerful. But you really are correct about losing that momentum there. The MiG-27 can flies past, but gets the enemy does some free damage to them after spotting, after restarting their radars. And now with the tank engagement heating up here, T-72s taking fire. Recon advantage here is for Pro Commie right now, but Dark Neutron is getting an infantry unit into position where they can start both spotting and side-shotting the enemies.
Yeah, ZU-23 here helping out as well. The T-64BV1Vs under fire. The T-72s here of Dark Neutron just jumping back and forth. Taking the tank engagements here against the BMP2 now. The Hyotta will get overwhelmed, but we have more reinforcements coming in for Dark Neutron. 4 more T-72s coming down here, and the infantry, 3 infantry units able to unload into this as well. Mi-8s both go down, and I think that should be enough to shut down the door on this counter push once more here. T-72s engaging against the BMP2s. Fail to hit. One smokes off. That's important. The second one does get hit. SU-25 AT coming around, but there is a good amount of Cube Fire and Strela still around here. Shilkas could come around as well. Vilk has to be careful. Mi-2 US goes down, but the SU-25 goes down as well. T-72M dying for it is okay, meaning now that there are no more AT SU-25s, I believe. And we still have 5 T-72s down here for Dark Neutron. And more likely on the way, yeah. 4 more tanks on the way, 5 already on the front line. Pro Commie is struggling. Motor Strikers, at least, they could come in with some side shots, maybe. They have a good RPG-7 VL, but there are some Pichottas here as well, so it's not like they have an easy time. The Shilka will open up on them, and that just shreds through them. Oh, it goes down. First Motor Striker about to go down as well, though. And Pro Commie only 9 minutes now. That's a big issue here right now. He is on such a big timer, and he needs to get this +2 online relatively soon here.
Yeah, Commie is buying what I think are probably the last tanks last tanks left, and the Zero with Motostrelki are underperforming here against the Piechota Schmeck. The Piechota Schmeck also having the IFV infantry trait, which means the BMP1 is giving them 25% stress resistance, so no chance in winning this with the infantry weaponry. And in the earlier tank fight, there were some cases where the T-72s could do free damage against the T-64s because Commie's smoke was still up. So knowing that the smoke was still up and the T-64 still being a pretty slow 50 kph vehicle, Dark Neutron microed around this and got some free kills. Now even more zero-vet infantry moving in here to just to act as a screening force for the rest of the tanks. It's gonna be make or break here, and yeah, even if Komi gets this perfectly, the T64 BVK is gonna get out there and it's gonna get a +2 advantage at the best, which is 80 points per minute. It's still theoretically realistic, but in practice, just look at how many tanks there.
Yeah, T64 BVK on the way here to get in. And for T64s here, getting the first shots here, Dark Neutron has to be careful to not just stagger his units in there like he did last time. Like, that one engagement went really, really poorly for him. He has to avoid having a similar one, as 4 more T55s and T72s are coming in for him. The BP2's flank here actually is doing decently. No fagots left in the middle here anymore for Dark Neutron. SC22 coming in though, getting one T64 B1V down. Wilk smoking away. SC22 at least gets damaged, won't be back here again. Salamandra coming in as T72 M1 gets good damage, but gets overwhelmed afterwards. Though the retreating T55s and T72s here still could do some decent damage. Needs to be careful with the repairs. But there are so many of them. The Wilk not getting involved yet. T55 goes down. BMP2 goes down. BMP2 goes down. As, yeah, both sides are just in an absolute grinder here now. But I feel like Dark Neutron should have more staying power still. So it's 5 tanks. Another T72M1 goes down. Are the numbers tipping here in Dark Neutron's favor? In Pro Comi's favor. He is about to get the CV in there. That would be good enough if he can kill off the T72M1D on the other side. And that could be doable. Is Pro Comi actually turning it around here last minute? This could still be happening. Dana immediately has to go for that corner. Could be pretty big by just hitting a lot of things there at once. Oh, Pro Comi actually moving forward, not keeping the zone contested. T72M going down.
AA. The AA is only now getting bought there, and it's a Biryusa. It's going to take its time. Artillery is firing right at the middle of Komi's force, and Komi is actually moving backwards into the salvo.
Yeah, Dana getting good damage there. T64 B1V will go down. B1V number 2 getting around. There is a supply truck still to repair those guys, but the T72 M1D here hiding behind the building is doing a great job. SC22 AT coming in, actually hunting down the Coop, which had to disengage here to get away from the Fagot. Will get the kill, has to reload now though, so will only be back at the end of the game. T64 BVK still struggling on the side of the zone. T64 is falling back. And there comes the T55 reinforcement. And it's all moving forward now. T72 M1D actually going for the fight here. It finishes off one of the T64s. Risky play, but gets rewarded. Mod Razvedka pushing in there as well. The BVK of Pro Comi, really low cohesion. And the T72s and T55s just completely pushing in there now.
BMP taking out the key. The only T55s left here, and those are pretty susceptible to the RPG.
T64 BVK goes down though. And that's kind of game. There is another BVK coming in, but it won't be here in time to turn it around, even with a +2. Only 4 minutes remaining, more than 400 points difference with an 80-point gain. That would still not be enough. And yeah, this is where the game ends. And we have a series at hand as Dark Neutron finally does get a game on the ground like he likes them, like he wants them, and shows us how it's done there. For coming with a really weird opener and getting punished there by Dark Neutron just showing normal, classic, good play here.
I really think this was kind of, I mentioned the Star Deck disease, but which is Star Deck has earlier on in the league kind of tried to pioneer. Hello, Colossal Cop Corey. Star Deck has pioneered this this strat of holding onto your points, and it has not been that popular. But you basically deny your enemy the all-seeing eye of the helicopter and special forces recon knowledge by just not buying anything. And that way you force your enemy into kind of a weird position, where they want to be defending, but they don't know what they would defend against. And I think that the rocket helicopter opener was specifically about trying to take out the Honker Ruses and spotting out those units earlier on, because having the knowledge that there is no spotting would allow the T-64s to early on do a lot of damage. They would get some air coverage from the Su-27s, and then they would not be spotted for the enemy Su-22s to AD planes. But with that not manifesting, and with the early counterattack kind of calling Pro Commies buff in the middle, the tactic just never started going in the way it was supposed to. And in the end, we saw that Pro Commies, like more smaller and high vet tank tab with a bunch of vetted up tanks, could win those fights pretty easily, because the higher veterancy tanks get the first shot in most of cases. And
it was also a big issue of re-aiming, because the B1 and the OBR are different dangerous levels, so the T-72s did constantly re-aim. So yeah, they never shot, but the T-64 did shoot. Yeah, kind of using that game mechanic and abusing Dark Newton's lacks of of controlled fire there, focus fire, and getting the kills that way. And yeah, T-72s here struggling. T-72M's not, but it did work out because he did get the good engagements in the center and the north at the beginning, and he had a good AAA. He did use the Danas on the right conqueror spots and so on. And I think Procomi really should just have played normal, as Dark Newton did a mistake again in the opener. Like, he invested way too much into the north, and he was so vulnerable in the south. He could have even been pushed into his +2 point there, maybe, if there would have been 3 more tanks around in the south, or 2 more BMP2s and a tank. And that never happened, and that allowed Dark Newton to just easily come back there, whilst having so much control in the north, and then swinging around with the right point counterattack this time around, which we just missed the last 2 games. This time it was there when it was needed, and that won him the game. The T-72 push in the south was excellent at its timing and execution, and really well deserved victory here by Dark Newton in the end. Procomi getting caught playing a bit wrong, and yeah, that brings us to game number 4, where Dark Newton could equalize the score. Let's see if he's able to do, or if Procomi can move on to the grand finals. So here we return. Game number 4. Dark Neutron versus Procomi. And Dark Neutron on one of his signature divisions. And Procomi as well. 9th Panzer this time in the hands of Procomi on the right. The left side, 1st UK armor in the hands of Dark Neutron. And before I jump in, real quick shout out to the Metro Reno page again, guys. And a couple of you helped out again, making the price pool higher. Thanks to all of those guys. But we can go higher here, guys. There's still 13 codes remaining. And all you have to do is click the claim code button on the top right there. And add 25 cents to the price pool completely for free. As you don't have to pay anything. And it will be paid out to these players in the end. So that's easy money. Just click on the link in the chat. Click on the claim code button. And these players here will get rewarded for their amazing games, for the great entertainment that they have delivered. And if you like the entertainment here, consider leaving a like on YouTube, consider subscribing and following the channel if you haven't done so yet, so that you don't miss that stuff in the future. As WARNO League is going nowhere, guys. We're gonna have a Season 5. We're gonna have the WARNO League Division 1 final still coming up, obviously, and all that good stuff. So, yeah, if you want to be around for that.
And to address the controversy in the chat about me assisting a player and coaching basically a player in Division 4 for the next season, the only difference between this player and every other is that this one asked me. You can contact me on Twitch or in Discord, and you can ask me to watch your replays, and I will probably find the time to do that. So don't complain about it being unfair. It is not unfair. I'm an equal opportunist coach.
Also, if you give him some subs for it on his Twitch channel,
honestly, I just like to help people. It's not even that. But yeah, so Procomi here, we're seeing Procomi is recreating the 9th Panzer strategy that we've seen him do in earlier games. The signature here being the 4 Aufklärer BMP-1s with the Moto Aufklärers. These are kind of mediocre and underwhelming vehicles, but they do have the Maljutka. They are forward deployment, and they do offer you some good options. So if you're going to be playing defensively, that's going to be the your main weapon to kind of mark your ground and start the fighting line. This is why it is very interesting that Procomi is actually doing a little bit of aggro with these vehicles, that going against a First UK, which has its own organic paratroopers with airborne deployment and their paratrooper ATGMs, the Aufklärer BMP-1 at 0 vet are going to deploy on the left side of Boris. Very interesting, especially knowing how aggressive First UK is, with the Gazelle helicopters being basically a must-buy for early removal. And even with the forward deploying Para Rover Milans and the Para Milan 2s, allowing First UK to basically mark their own fighting line way better and easier and cheaper than the Aufklärer BMP-1s. And this is even though like Komi is pretty standard opener all around the on the rest of the map, you know, the little bit of high vet infantry, BRM of course for the recon, MI2s because they're amazing for their price and a lot of damage, and with a single command tag, nothing wondrous, nothing amazing. And First UK starting out with a fighter, then being the stronger air division here, but mainly just with like defensive forces and a little bit of infantry. So maybe this aggro of Procomi is supposed to play with the expectations of the Terriers Para and the Para Rovers being the winners of the early fights. But even if the little bit of aggression gets done, if the MI2 urns are removed from the situation here, I don't think Komi's opener has that much pushing power. The pushing power will likely come from the first few T72 buys that are happening in a few minutes.
Yeah, Tornado AA coming in now for them first MI2 urn. Will come around here. Will kill that off with the gun. Is pretty low on gun ammo already. Mauser of the Tornado, pretty low ammo count. Ooh, MiG-23 comes in, but second Tornado, good investment there by Dark Neutron. anticipating the counter fighter there and dealing with that. Now has just to be careful with the coup. Always classic pro commi coup there with 3 vet thanks to the leader, so that's a pretty strong coup. Another Me2 Urn goes down. One Bedford with a Milan 2 got killed off in the south. The Me2 there still flying around, and oh no, Tornado! That's mismicroed there. Should have turned faster and gets cooped, gets shield cut. That is the obvious spot where those can be. Tractor up here, trying to deal with one Mi2 Urn here in the rear. The other one in the south already out of ammo. One more moving around, actually getting to kill some gazelles there. This is a bit annoying now. Next Tornado having to be bought. And yeah, the Me2 Urns are forced back though, and there is no supply truck, so they can't come back immediately. But they did weaken the Fedor point really heavily. So yes, the northern point will go to Dark Neutron, but likely no big tick coming out of it, because Feodor should be falling to pro commi relatively easily if everything goes normal.
Yeah, the pro commis MI tunes, even with the 2 fighter buy from First UK, did actually accomplish their goals here, and the goals were to remove a bunch of the ATGMs out from the occasion, and with the main force of pro commi with its anti-air and its command tank and its recon kind of standing around in Boris right now. I think as soon as Moto outclassers, I'm not sure if they spotted the challenger yet, but the challenger leader is a likely target for pro commi right now, with the units getting all told to basically start pushing it with any kind of air support here, either with a Mi-24 or with a bomber. The challenger is done, and at this point, pro commi has a pretty good understanding of how little anti-air here is. So yeah, with the tornado still patrolling, of course you can't immediately start. Wait, no, pro commi SU-22 is diving in here.
It's good
going
smoke
in
there.
for the kill.
Good smoke there from the Chelly. Tornado pushing it back, getting the hit. The shot would not have been possible without the buff to the super temp. Second shot doesn't hit though. Tornado forced back by the coup. The high vet coup doing classic things, as it comes with 55% accuracy, 10% more than base veterans C coups would have, and has a better aim time as well. And yeah, that's the classic off pro commi play. It means that you only get 1 coup in that card. So if it goes down to artillery or some sneaky real line action, then you are in hot water, because your AA network then will be low on numbers, but it's obviously hard to kill, and that way he just has efficient AA in the early game. Really recommended strategy if you are capable of microing your AA as well as pro commi is, as that just gives you that cost efficiency and reliability that you need from your AA in the early game to stop the enemy from easily airbullying you. Challenger Mark II now forced to push around, coming in, and gets side-shotted by a BMP-1. And the BMP-1 gun is pretty shit, but if it hits side armor, it still does good damage, and the Challenger Mark II goes down there. This is a bit of a disaster there. Tractor up here, rotating around to try to get the Me2 Urn in the south. Gazelle rockets here still around, reloading with the Chinooks, but yeah, that Shelly 2 movement was just a good bit too aggressive. Like, it could have moved a bit north, but going all the way to that part of the street, just way too far without any recon, without any support, and yeah, Dark Neutron gets punished for it. He's now trying to get some reinforcements in, and unfortunately, so far this game resembles game 1 and 2 a good bit more than game 3, as the early game here, in my eyes, went pro commi's way. Though I like the division pick this time for late game a good bit more for Dark Neutron than game 1 and 2, so maybe there's a chance here for some comeback action.
Yeah, but Dark Neutron has been forced to start buying infantry, which is of course not what you want to do when you're playing an armored division, and especially not when your opponent has the tank advantage. The 3 assault pioneers are powerful enough to fight off the Motorschützen here, but they are going to have to rely on the Gazelles for fire support. And the Gazelles as fire supports are going to be obsolete now that the Shilka is in firing range here, basically. And BMP1 reinforcements bringing out these upvetted infantry here. This is a bad position for Dark Neutron to be playing. This would be a better position if Dark Neutron had a solid grasp of the Fedor zone, maybe some recon and maybe a challenger out there to impose fire control. But with that zone also under command, the only advantage here is that Dark Neutron can cut out reinforcements coming in next to the sawmill. You can see here the 3 pioneer squads getting bought by ProComi are automatically routing very close to the area controlled by Dark Neutron, and that's the only bonus here.
Yeah, he
Dark
even has a
Neutron.
good scimitar there in the rear line that could catch one or two of them, maybe even 3. That scimitar is in a really good spot. We have Lynx coming in. We have a tornado flying above everything here. Coop coming up. Does miss this time around. Meteor likely gonna... Oh, no, it doesn't go down. Tornado not getting all the guns this time around. Press did hold it back there. The Assault Pioneers keep on pushing forward. Motschützen there likely going down soon. Pioneers around. 2 Pioneers getting gunned down. All 3 Pioneers getting gunned down by the Scimitar. That's big. And yeah, really, really helpful for Dark Neutron, as that means that this town fight now is going to be a lot easier for his infantry, as those 3 Pioneers will never get anywhere close. And that is one of those swings that you need to get the momentum back here towards your division. It's still in favor of ProComic for now, but it's a good bit closer now on the battlefield here. That triple kill really key here to stop the ProComi snowball here from happening further in the center here.
Yeah, ProComi is actually taking the mech force and separating the T-72 from it, moving the T-72 to capture Fedor down south, and probably kind of getting a bit of a siege position up to the town at north. And this is not the worst position for ProComi, of course, because this is going to going to encourage Dark Neutron to buy even more infantry to contest this fight here. And ProComi has now moved in to secure the southern area with these cheap SPW-40 Malyutkas. And as are the BMP-1s, the Malyutka launchers are cheap and fast ATGMs, and the Malyutkas actually have 18 ammunition, so they can at the very least reliably suppress the challengers and kill the chiefs.
Yeah, tractor up here, moving around. Challenger moving around there, around the Motschützen. That Challenger leader has to get the hell out of there. Has to get the hell out of bounds. Malyutka is now coming in for the kill, and oh, it gets stunned down by the BMP-1 side shot again. Second Challenger leader that gets hit by a BMP-1 cannon side shot and gets bullied for it. Needs to smoke off. Doesn't smoke off yet. Stops to smoke off now. Okay. Does survive. Link Salam gets hit by the Igla already. The Malyutka push is still real. And the Lynx can't help any further. And the Challenger Mark II goes down there again. Ark, what is going on with Dark Neutron and putting those tanks in there without any support? Like, that was so unnecessary. That Challenger could have retreated a minute ago or 2 minutes ago, as it had no business being there in the first place, and it didn't achieve anything by being there really anyway. So those tank placements are a bit frustrating, because the rest of the engagements here are navigated quite decently, but obviously throwing away 2 really expensive leader tanks into your enemy's grasp means that the power balance will be swinging heavily in their favor. So yeah, really unnecessary loss there that throws the whole balance in the south once more in favor of ProComi. We have 3 tanks now for Dark Neutron in the middle, but imagine having them with an anchor leader tank that gets them to 3 vet. Those Chelly's achievements would be a really big force to reckon with. They're still decent, but it would be so much stronger.
Yeah, I think it was because there was the scouts and the Gazelle helicopter there, kind of creating the illusion of safety. And also, when you have a challenger and it's going against BMP-1s, it's pretty easy to think that, well, I can handle these. I can do this fight here, and then just getting caught off position. And as you said, right now, as the tank attack is happening here, the chieftains are going to be in pretty decent positions. But having a wider front line and having one extra challenger could easily keep Pro Commie's tanks in check. But right now, the tanks are they're pushing forwards. The Aufklärers are also pushing forwards here. So Dark Neutron's gonna have to has already bought 3 tanks, 3 challengers to go and secure the south area. This is not the play that you would want to if you want to be playing aggressive. You don't want your most important unit buys to be defensive, and this once again here is giving Pro Commie the initiative. Commie has a bunch of infantry ready and a lot of fire support to fight in the town, and doesn't even have to capture the whole town, just needs to get in there and hold one of the corners. This would then reactivate the need for Dark Neutron to start microing and buying infantry. So I think after the challengers get shown, and especially the fact that these challengers are updated, meaning there are less of them, this is likely going to have Pro Commie just re-engage the town.
Yeah, the Chellies need to get some counter push towards Fedor. As Pro Commie's pioneers this time around, they make it. There is a BMP Motschützen moving around through the north. Scimitar will have a flank side shot first on it, so might be able to kill it first salvo. If it can't, it might die to the counterfire. So that's going to be interesting. If that would be another nice catch for the Scimitar. Milan 2 against BMP 1. That will be an easy kill. And yeah, we have more units here, more rifles setting up for Dark Neutron in the south, but he is currently not investing much into the town. The 2 chieftains are moving in there now, but they are not great town fighters either. And there's more investment from Pro Commie there right now, and that's a problem. SU-22AT gets shot by the tornado, that's key. Scimitar gets the kill against the BMP2, that's a nice one as well. And Pro Commie hopefully finally will realize what's happening there, as his W50 LA trucks go by there as well, though they first gonna be shot by the Milan 2s. So that's not gonna be sold either, most likely. As BMP and Chieftains engage in the center. Chieftains so close to enemy infantry here as well. Not getting many kills. 1 BMP2 kill, so BMP1 kill even, only so far. Pioneers here under fire. Chieftains getting hunted by BMP2s through the town. That's not the moment for the BMP2s, I would say. That's a moment where the Chieftains actually still easily should deal with this, especially with rifles around. Okay, Pro Commie maybe a bit overeager here. BMP2 goes down. Rifles can dodge back. Pioneers go down as well. Pro Commie a bit struggling here right now to find the right answer to Dark Neutron's forces. And even though he is still a bit in the driver's seat, Dark Neutron starts to get some value here. The Tornado HE completely unnecessary. You know where the Coop is, you know where the Shilka is, you know that you're not gonna have that Tornado survive. So Dark Neutron throwing away 260 points to the enemy again. Just as he was about to get ahead in trades here again, he makes that even again. W50s go down. Scimitar really doing its job there in the rear. As Motschützen here fighting around. Tornado AA flies into the fire as well. Why is it not patrolling back here? Why is it patrolling that close to the front line? Arg. Like, everything on the ground is going so well for Dark Neutron, and then he throws away 520 points in the air, and it just makes it equal again. Why, Dark Neutron? Why? That was Mod Aufklärer now. Will get the Chieftain here most likely. Ooh. Chieftain actually able to make it out alive. And yeah, T-72S here pushing forward. The challengers get pushed. Drag Trap here at least gets the hit. Likely won't get a second one. But S-22 out there. And challengers with 18 frontal armor are not one-shot. 16 frontal armor and less is where they get one-shot by the 30 pen air-to-ground missiles. But challengers, that's one of the good things about them. They don't get one-shot by that. And for 220, that's quite nice. And yeah, Malutka P here is something that you could push now, maybe. Scouts can spot for that. Rifles push through the south. So this is where Dark Neutron now needs to set up the pressure again. Challengers moving forward towards the Malyutka. Challenger in the middle, engaging here as well, as Procomi is moving the flank around the town. Gazelles could maybe help out with rockets. Challenger here, yeah, needs to retreat. The Challenger's back here near the supply. Chinook, yeah, coming in as well. Lynx, Hellarm maybe could come in there. It's good trades here right now for Dark Neutron on the ground, but Procomi is setting up a good position set up here now. Bedford forced to fall back. Lynx moving around. There is still the Igla here. Soul Pioneer's doing a decent job. Chinook needs to get up. Not getting up the ground. Does survive the first hit.
Komi has the radar on as the seed plane is going to be diving in here.
Gets only the Shilka though. Jaguar HE will get a good hit. Will get the T-72. Shilka goes down. Tornado not getting a shot off. Oh, good micro there by Coop. Getting the missile out and turning it off at the right exact moment. Tornado has to be careful this time around. Okay, we'll get away. Coop not turning on to get the shot out on it. Chinook supply goes down. Rifles and the Soul Pioneer still in the town here. Still holding on, though the zone is about to get captured by Procomi. Procomi about to get more points here. But still losing a lot of ground forces. And if not for the 2 needless plane losses, I think Dark Neutron would be in a fantastic spot. And I still think he is in a pretty good spot right now. Unit-wise, he just needs to get a momentum back. Still, Bedford supply here under attack. Oh, that Tornado really dangerous. Does survive. Bedford supply does survive as well. Lynx Hellarms moving around. The 2 chieftains here have to be careful with the Motschützen. Oh, Motschützen does miss the first shot, but gets the route. BMP-1 goes down. Oh, side shot on the chieftain by a BRM-1K actually. Those terrible 73mm guns actually doing so much harm to Dark Neutron with side shots. It's pretty hilarious. I'm not sure when I last saw BRM-1s and BMP-1s being that deadly with their main guns.
Yeah, and the counterattack down south has finally happened with the 3 challengers moving in to challenge this one T-72S. This thing is 0 vet, of course, so after the first salvo, it's like try to disengage. Like Procomi repositioning their units down south when they got the recon information of the counter build-up around Elena, and then using those units to push north and to gain a little relative advantage was a really nice strat. I loved seeing that there, but even with all of the slight mistakes happening, there was the gap in the defense was filled with these Fagots and these Malyutkas and all of these defensive units, which are now trading up against the Challenger, with the Challengers having only a single Scouts Law 80 squad here to actually provide them some support. And even though the rifles have moved into the southern position, into a pretty nice location to deny this for Procomi, this is still an attack in towards a concave, and the T-72S has not been engaged successfully yet.
Yeah, the S-72 is still around, gets a kill here. Malyutka got killed off. But yeah, that's where the Tornado AA would have been helpful, that the Coop got for free. Tornado HE being bought here to deal with one spot. Jaguar HE coming around for the T-72S, only gets to Malyutka, doesn't quite get the T-72S, but the building with the Conquerors and the Igla goes down, so those planes at least do their job. The Challengers falling back to the Chinook. The Rifles still have a law, so the BMP-1 in the town will go down. The Soul Pioneers here should be in HE range. Oh, they might be too close, actually. SU-22 rocket coming around here. The tractor up here, not able to deal with them. The one in the south is super far out of business right now. As we have finally Warrior Pleaks. Yeah, I was wondering when we first get the first Warrior Pleaks. I think this is the best ILV in the game, and we haven't seen it until the 21-minute mark. So here we go. Milan 2s finally on the battlefield. Challenger Mark II gets side-shotted by the S-22. I feel like Warrior Pleaks instead of just pure Challenger could have been a better idea, but it wouldn't be a Dark Neutron game without a lot of tanks. MiG-23 goes down. SU-22 rocket here, not achieving much. Jago HE has to be careful with the Coop, but Coop still turned off for now. As the track trap here against the SU-22 rocket gets the hit in this time. Challengers getting repaired. Warrior Pleaks coming in now. The town is going really low now, though. Milan 2 under attack by the Mordschützen. As, yeah, just a bit too little investment there. Jago HE gets the artillery piece on the open. Coop gets a hit, but won't be able to finish it off. So the Jaguar doing a job there as well. But 2 more SU-22 ATs coming on the other side. The Challengers not fully repaired. Might be getting one shot here now. Not quite, but one still goes down. And yeah, now the lack of the Tornado AA is a big issue. The loss of the 2 airplanes really, in my eyes, the turning moment in this game when it came to power balance again. After the comeback story of Dark Neutral on the ground. So much value gained by him there, but the air is just really rough now. He has the seaplane out, the Bedfords and the Warriors moving in, but he can't afford so many high investment planes with so many high investment ground tanks. You can't really see the gaps in his ground units because of that. And yeah, that's where either more Warrior Pleaks would have been needed, or just losing a couple less planes so that you can afford a couple more units.
Yeah, so many times, because a Chieftain Mark 9 is 140 points, and a Warrior Applique coming in with the armored rifles is 100 points. They're kind of in the same category, and they're kind of also in the early game serve the same purpose, which is putting down firepower to fight off the BMP-1s and the numbers of T-72s. And I kind of get the medium tank usability argument, but those were like the lack of ground infantry, first of all, and giving Pro Commie the advantage in having these infantry units out here and having a bunch of infantry recon earlier on. But I just think that a more passive, like you said, that the more passive play with the Appliques holding corners would have paid off better, because Pro Commie likes to do these big exploitations. They recognize that something's open, then they reposition their tanks to go in there, attack. That's the position where Warrior Appliques could do horrible damage with the Milan launchers, the Milan 2s. And but right now, having the challengers to having the chieftains to just kind of soak up shots from the older generation missiles has been inefficient, to say the least.
Yeah, another Tornado HE here coming around. Really, the investment to air is massive on the side of Dark Neutron. It gets a good hit here, I believe. Yep, gets a decent amount of damage there. The armored rifles with the Warrior Pleaks pushing forward. The autocannon likely gonna be able to deal with the BMP-1 here now. Yeah, able to kill it off. So we'll get back into the town, but it's a +2. It's 800 points on Black Forest. And that in 15 minutes, getting that back, not gonna be easy here. So, yeah, the Scimitar in the north did a lot of damage, and the ground fights in the town in general, pretty cost efficient for Dark Neutron, but he got pushed in the end, and the lack of air defense keeping the Challenger 2s alive against the SU-22s, pretty brutal. Urals here now, getting gunned down. Second one does survive as the Challenger is firing on the move there. BMP-1 and, Mordschützen there, next target. Getting shot by the Challenger. Not quite in range for the AT, so that will go down as well as Dark Neutron setting up the pressure here to at least go to Fëanor, to at least stop the push. Does have a Challenger Mark II leader coming in again. It does have another Challenger Mark II coming in as well. Mordschützen going down. Challenger Mark II in the middle is once more on its own. And yeah, some autocannons, some Warrior Pleaks here could just be so big. And there's the next SU-22 wave killing off a Challenger. Oh, and killing off the next one with the side shot. Yeah, that's why you want to play more Warriors, guys. Because those swings are just so painful. And yeah, that's why you don't want to have your tornadoes getting shot by the enemy coops. Seaplane not able to get the kill there. Only gets a miss on the coop, and ow, that really does hurt. A bomber coming in for BMP1, that's not worth it. Especially as there's a couple of coops now in the middle. The 2 wet coops still around. Seed gets a coop here. Bomber not getting any value. Seed plane coming around, but good micro there on the side of Procomi. Warrior Pleek gets gunned down as the infantry slowly pushes through. The tick has been stopped, but it's 990 points. So even with a +2, it would be not quite enough at this point, I believe, or just barely. And yeah, BMP1 goes down for a Jaguar. That's not a worthwhile bombing target. Like, the air usage here was first of all too much in my eyes, and second of all, just not good by Dark Neutron. Just a couple Warrior Pleeks instead would have helped out way more than most of these bombing runs. And it helped out protecting the Challenger, a couple more Tractor Rapiers so that you kill the SU-22s whenever they do a run. But yeah, he went into 2 expensive units at the same time, Challenger 2s and Tornadoes. And that's just something that you usually can't afford in top-level play until the late game, and he never got there yet. And now Challenger Mark II is running into RPG-27 fire because of it.
Yeah, the fact that the infantry can act as a deterrent like it does for Procomi here is just because there is not enough for Dark Neutral. And of course, like, you don't want to be buying too much of your infantry tab when you're playing an armored division, of course. But if most of your points are going into expensive expensive units like the Challengers and the Tornadoes, losing a single one of them is gonna be a big hit. And you're playing against a division that has 30-point BMP1s with the Malyutkas that transport like 50-point infantry that have 21 penetration if they're holding a corner, so they can just disposable launchers quickly do damage to anything. So you're gonna have to start pushing with your infantry, and just having a few more cheap units out here would make the Su-22 ATs less viable and less overpowering, as we're seeing here. And yeah, the early Tornado investments probably took a lot of wind away from Dark Neutron's sails back when it was most needed. And so many of Dark Neutron's attacks have been going with a lot of tanks and a lot of planes, and not enough of the infantry recon, not enough of course, no artillery to suppress enemy ATGM positions. And instead, we're seeing waves of chieftains, which at this point have become basically obsolete because they take 5 or 4 damage from even the BMP-1s.
Yeah, BMP-1s here now pushing forward. T-72S coming around as well, which will just lock down the open field. Challengers all dealt with now, as the last SU-22 run here did a really good job. Armored Rifles versus Mordschützen. Engagement in the town. Mordschützen finally go down, as Assault Pioneers will get resupplied. BMP-1 SP2 under fire by the Rover Milan. Tornado F3AA coming around. Coops not able to get... Oh, actually get a crit. Next Tornado goes down. Yeah. I don't know why he even needed the airplay. Like, his ground units are so efficient. He did so well with the ground units that he actually bought. And yeah, he invested it all into air, and now it just don't see the comeback. 9 minutes, 50. It's even a +1 for red side. It's over 1,000 points. Like, on Black Forest, that's usually a death sentence. You usually won't be quite able to get the push through, even if you're in the leader position, and this doesn't even seem to be the case, as there's so many BMP-1s rolling in here now for Procomi into the south. He still has the T-72s there, and there are no challengers left here. This is a rough position to be in for Dark Neutron. And yeah, Procomi is playing pretty standard. His pretty standard 9th style SU-22s, obviously really fantastic AT planes coming in here, trying to get some more damage done. Get the missile out. Failed to quite get the hit. Tornado Seed pushing back. SU-22 rocket and AT coming around. Second one goes down here as well, as you finally have enough Tractor Rapier to kill them. Where were they the whole first beginning of the game? Like, why rely so heavily on the Tornado AA? Why rely so heavily on Tornado Bombers to do any damage when you are actually able to do it with your ground units? Like,
I think it could be a little bit of tunnel vision starting right at the start when because Pro Commie is known to be the fighter bomber player, that the fighter bombers and the AT planes are very like lethal. The challengers are slow and can't take too much damage here. They get suppressed and become vulnerable. So with Pro Commie opening the game with the helicopters, forcing the enemy to basically play fighters to remove the helicopters. The helicopters did their job very well, taking out the forward deploying ATGM units, but they also kind of led Dark Neutron onto this path of trying to win air supremacy. And trying to win air supremacy is kind of something that Pro Commie is okay with because Commie's opener cube is the upvetted one, as you mentioned. So that thing is going to overperform and it's going to be able to start feeding on the enemy planes from the start. And when you're buying a lot of planes and you're trying to playing a powerful air division like First UK, you want to be when you're invested so much into it, it can be difficult to let it go and difficult to transition. It's a pretty big tempo hit for you, and I think this is the horse blinder effect or the tunnel vision, as they say in English.
yeah, and it's also a classic, yeah, it's the classic show of why I still think that air is the like part of the game where we Division One players still can improve the most. Like those tornadoes were also used at the spot where you knew the enemy AA was around. Like playing with fire there. Like obviously you can play in bad RNG, but that's your fault. Putting it into fire range of a coup that has a chance of hitting you with 9 damage, and a Shilka that then will finish you off. Like you shouldn't risk it there. Like if you even buy a tornado HE, fly it somewhere where the where the enemy coup isn't. Like the coup has a good amount of range, but it can't cover the whole map. So yeah, if you buy a bomber, then use it around Theodore, where the coup isn't. But don't push it right over the coup where it even gets better accuracy and has even higher chance of hitting you because it gets better accuracy and 2 shots against you. And yeah, just the air usage, even if you go for airplay like that, you at least should use it better here. And as I said, like not using the warrior appliques, I don't know what's up with that because I think that's the best IV in the game. It's so good against T-72s. It's pretty good against BMP2s as well. But not fantastic there because BMP2 has slightly more range with the Conquerors, but on normal ranges you do pretty well there too, and you have something that can delete infantry, and the Challengers and Chieftains can't because they have no heavy MGs and they have a pretty low rate of fire. So the infantry of Procomi could move around easily, and yeah, the tanks of Dark Neutral needed to do too much at once and just couldn't do that, and now this is just completely collapsing here. Recon, infantry, all in the favor here of Procomi. The Challengers and Chieftains desperately trying to hold them off, but as you can see, the kill feed currently fully blue. We have 5 minutes remaining, and Dark Neutron just getting pushed out of it here.
Yeah, and the warrior appliques actually did pretty good job here. The only tank that got pushed away, the T-72S, is pushed away by the warrior appliques, and the second one also running away. The just having a few extra here because the warrior applique, even though it can for 60 points, such a defensive unit may not like immediately fit into your vision of how you want to play the early mid game with your mech aggro supported by a lot of helicopters and planes. But just having these things around, they can first of all be an insta-win button against singular enemy infantry squads, which is what Pro Commie has been relying on a lot of the ground. Uh, the East German infantry getting their resolute buff kind of makes them win in one-on-one infantry fights against units that aren't upvetted, and having an upleak around can just beat that. And second of all, the upleaks are very good in just hanging around and punishing the enemy for trying to move their mech. And so many times, Dark Neutron has been punished for moving their mech by these Malyutka and Fagot and Conquerors missiles, with the warrior appliques only arriving at and the Pararover Milans only arriving at the end of the game here there are countless little punishes, countless moments where the T-72s would be too endangered to move forward, that just never existed because those points were put into chieftains and tornadoes.
And watch its RPG 27 here in the south, getting engaged by armored rifles and warrior obliques. Good amount of damage there. Challenger Mark II. Warriors pushing forward through the center. Challenger Mark II trying to get in there. Not really finding any damage. As the BMP-1, SP2 under fire. But there's only 3 minutes now. No way you get 1,200 points in that time. Even if you push through here. And that is a big, big if. Challenger Mark II even going down here. And yeah, Dark Neutron will get eliminated. And ProCommie once more will be in a WARNO League final. As this trajectory here can't be stopped anymore. And yeah, well-deserved victory here in the series by ProCommie coming in, as Dark Neutron not quite on his top level play here, and ProCommie just as fearsome as we know him. And with pretty clean games here in 1, 2, and 4. The opener in game 3 was a bit wild, and Dark Neutron played the best there in my eyes as well, so that was a bit of a hiccup, but outside of that, it just really clean series here. And a pretty clean season so far by ProCommie as well.
Yeah, the backline scimitar is still alive, by the way.
Yeah, because nothing moved in there, because nothing needed to move in there. Because, yeah, Dark Neutron was never strong enough to pressure the south, or pressure the north enough, because he was just playing too much like he could play on ladder, I feel like. In all of these games, I don't know. Like, Dark Neutron maybe not having enough top-level games played lately, as this would work in ladder where your attrition rate is not that high and where the enemy is not as quick on punishing your heavy investments that might not have the perfect protection. But obviously ProCommie knows when he can punish you, and he will punish you for it. And that's exactly what happened here.
Yeah, and the T-72s have been made to look like the superior tanks, which they maybe on a strategic scale are, but really it's just because of the investments in the chieftains from first UK. Like the Milan 2 missiles are so good at just tagging down the T-72s and doing so much damage to them, forcing them to smoke off and run off immediately. And I just think that Dark Neutron, if Dark Neutron had played a more like a more conventional game and less trying to fit into the whatever preconception they had of their own strat, it could have gone differently. But I still do think that the MI2 Earn opener, for its strategic purpose of removing all those para-Roma Milans and para-Milans, those would have been a huge slowdown for ProCommie's mech opener. And I really think that even such a little thing like not having the air micro or the planes to deal with the light helicopter opener, even that I think had a pretty significant importance here, and even taking out a bunch of the gazelles with their cannon might.
Yeah, in the end, Dark Neutron even having the better KD here, but just not having enough forces on the battlefield and investing too much into air and never quite getting around. The Scimitar did give him an opener again, but he just threw it away with those bombers running into nowhere. And with that, we have ProCommie in the grand finals again. So I'm pretty excited for that. Really looking forward to see who comes out on top in the other semifinal, which is going to be played on Monday, and we're most likely going to cast on Tuesday then. But yep, good games here from everyone. Still a great run this season by Dark Neutron. The quarterfinal against Lathan's was great, and the group stage games they played were as good as well. I think they were just not quite on top of their game here, but still really good show by Dark Neutron nonetheless. And looking forward to the third place game there. And yeah, we now have a grand finals game in front of us. Division 2 is calling, as we have a friend of the channel and one of Chloride's favorites coming in Snow Wolfie. And on the other side, we're gonna have Nocturna. So don't you go anywhere, guys. We're gonna have a slightly longer break, and then we're gonna be back with the next series.
We're gonna
And here we go again, everybody. Finals of Division 2 are upon us. As we have Snow Wolfie and Nocturna here. Coming out of a great season. Beating Axis and MJ Player here. Coming into this grand final. Snow Wolfie with the good matchup here against Nocturna. Gonna be really interesting. And this is going to be best of 5 as well. Best of 3s in the semifinals for Division 3, 4 and 2. But the grand finals are best of 5 everywhere. So we might have a good couple of games ahead of us here. And the first one we have here will be between 25th for Snow Wolfie on the right here and 5th Plane Day on the left side for Nocturna. And it seems to become a pretty explosive opener as both come in with forward deployment.
Yeah, heavy recon rush mindset going here for Snow Wolfie. Snow Wolfie has upvetted all of their recon units except for the BRDM 2s. Even the recon tank has been upvetted to Veterancy 2, which is a significant difference because it halves the amount that you buy these things. And on the other side, we're going to see the standard AMX-10 RCs, which are, of course, some of the best opener units in the game, as well as the Éclaireurs, the cheap recon squads, which still deploy with a very good 50 cal truck and themselves have the LRAC 750 meter AT weapon. So pretty decent opener units here on both ends, with the more standard opener absolutely being for Fifth Blinde. There's a Roland 2, there's a Group Antishar infantry squad, and there are even 2 manpad Mistrals there. Whereas Snow Wolfie is deploying very aggressively, especially down south. They want to, at the very least, get the crossroad so that they can, at uh, at the very least, do a two-pronged attack into the center point. And investing so many recon units, 3 tanks there as a whole, is a big deal. Kind of any weaknesses that Nocturna shows in the opener, any trades that are going to go badly for the AMX-10 RCs, Snow Wolfie has the units on the ground to actually start exploiting that. And of course, as we know, 25th does have the UAV, and even though the UAV can be shot down pretty easily, it's pretty stealthy, and especially in the early game, you can gain some very important information based on it.
Yeah,
And
the MX-10s are really the important part here. Like, if they succeed and snipe BMP2s in the early game, snipe the recons units of Snow Wolfie, like, Snow Wolfie could just start tumbling around blind. But if they fall, like, they're the only thing that can deal some damage to the T-64s here. And they are bad in a matchup directly against the T-64s. So if the really low armor MX-10s here get into a gunfight, if they get hit, then Nocturna might be in a world of trouble here.
yeah, the Éclaireurs can get a nice side shot. They can stun the enemy tank. Protoss also screen text,
Yeah.
and then the Blinde can work for that. But in like a straight up fight, 25th does have the stronger opener, and it seems like Snow Wolfie has designed this deck to be an opener deck, considering all this very aggressive upvetting.
MiG-29, AA1 coming around here. Interesting. I'm not quite sure why. It's not like the French have any really dangerous helicopters. And yeah, the
Good
MiG-29
thought out.
is good against planes, obviously. They are dangerous Jaguars, but I feel like you would want to buy it in minute 1 investment and have something more on the ground, or maybe a helicopter of your own to get towards the MX-10s. But yeah, it's now at least locking down the Jaguar spawn there. That's key, but I think a minute 1 investment right now would have done that as well. To be a bit critical here of the Snow Wolfie opener, Motredka coming around. Okay, Mirage actually getting the first hit there against the MiG-29. MiG-29 missing. Oh no, not even getting a missile out there. And flying directly over the Roland 2. Okay, gets out alive. BRM BRDM2 goes down in the south to the MX10. Modrad Redka goes down to the Eclairs. Recon starts to disappear. As in the middle, BMP2 has to be careful around the MXs, as we talked about. Second BMP2 coming up as well. We have the 3 T64s now for the push in the south. There is an anti-char there with Apilas. Modrad Redka under heavy fire. AMX-10 and an AMX-30B2 pushing forward. And yeah, the AMX-10 problem is currently quite real for Snowwolfie here.
Yeah, Snowwolfie is sending out a rocket helicopter to support the attack down south. But with the French, especially the group Antichar here, it could do immense damage if it deploys at the right corner. And it's not currently visible. No, wait, it actually is BRDM now. Oh, the T-64s are driving in there. They're going to get... Oh, the LRAC gets a side shot immediately.
Yeah, but they will stay alive here. They will grind through this and can move around. BMP2 in the middle, though. Not so lucky. The AMX-10s and AMX-30s keep on pushing there. And currently nothing there to really deal with them. BMP2K goes down to the Grandian Voltages in the north as well. BMP2 trying to come in with the side shot, gets shut down. The AMXs are doing their job. And there comes Diago AT, gets another T-64 killed. And the group anti-char now can kill off the other one, most likely. T-64 not stunning it down. There comes the double Apilas, stunning down the T-64, getting the kill with the second salvo. Mi-8 helicopter goes down as well. This is all collapsing really, really quickly here for Snowwolfie. We promised an explosive game 1, and it was an absolutely insane game 1 here, with the better outcome for Nocturna. Nocturna getting the 1-0 here after only 3 minutes, 3 seconds, and really dominating this game 1 here. Snowwolfie's units being caught out just slightly out of position a couple too many times, and the MX-10s, just like in the good old days, dominating it that way. And yeah, Snowwolfie will have to get it back in game number 2, being down 0-1 here after this game 1.
Yeah, the a little bit extra recon, maybe the Schmel being there to spot the number of AT weapons, specifically the group Antichar, maybe that could have changed Snowwolfie's engagement a little bit. But yeah, as soon as the AMX-10 count started trading up in the northern part of the town, Snowwolfie was put on a very difficult and timer. And this timer basically meant that he would have to start getting results soon or else. And the else did not happen. The else happened. The L specifically being the completely open wide front that can be exploited by the French fast recon vehicles. There was no coming back from that. The AMX-10s would have just taken control over all the reinforcement roads and slowly just pushed Snowwolfie into playing in his own spawn.
Yeah, and the lack of ATGM teams here that you can deploy is a big issue for 25th against the MX-10s. Like, MX-10s can be bullied by that a bit, but yeah, everything else, they can spot, they can shoot, they can kill. BMP2's there, getting shut down quite quickly, and yeah, we're gonna see how this goes in game number 2, as after this short game, quick break, then we're gonna be back with the next one. So game number 2. After this really quick game number 1. And we are on 2 legs, which can go fast or it goes 40 minutes. So we're gonna see what kind of 2 legs we have this time. There's not much in between. But before we do that, quick shout out once more to the Matcherino page, where you guys can help out funding the prize pool for the tournament. And you can either do that with direct contribution. Big thanks to Feda here coming in with another $10 added to the prize pool. But also, you can help out funding the prize pool without having to pay anything by clicking the claim code button on the top, adding 25 cents to the prize pool completely for free. So that will be paid out to the players in the end. One of these 2 players here, by the way, thanks to all of your support, the winner will get $25 already. So yeah, if you want to help out getting us to the next stretch goal, which is $20 for the winner of Division 3, help by clicking the claim code button. It's only taking you a second, and it adds good money here, completely for free. We already added $20 now to the prize pool with these. We can add more by clicking the claim code button, and if you get to 0, we can ask Matcherino for even more of those codes. So help out getting free money funded into the Eugen community, into the WARNO community, for these cool active players here that give us this good entertainment. And if you want to help the channel, like, subscribe, and follow. You know the deal. And yeah, Snowwolfie here, coming in with the 101st. A really interesting division that we have seen being a lot better lately again. But on the other side, Nocturna playing one of the classic league divisions with first UK Armored, which is a pretty often played, but also a pretty 50%. I think it was nearly on 50% win rate. Like one of those divisions that is good, but not oppressive in league. And yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how this matchup goes, as I don't think we have seen this matchup in a long time.
Yeah, the WARNO first here, which just separates itself from actual airborne divisions by not being an airborne division, instead being a helicopter-heavy light infantry division with like pretty nice tanks with the M1 IPs, as well as pretty decent artillery, the kind of support elements that you don't get with airborne. And you also get the aero engineers and the aero rifle units, which don't get forward deployment, but also don't have to pay the forward deployment tax. So the Special Forces Recon opener with the Deltas here, Deltas being maybe the best Spec Ops recon in the game, considering they have a Carl Gustav, 2 infantry weapons, and a sniper rifle that they can use to destroy enemy recon units or infantry units. Their only weakness is that they don't have ground surveillance radar, like something like SAS Patrol has. But the SAS Patrol for Nocturna are actually being used as a shock troop, with 2 squads going out there and trying to get a beachhead into the town at Zulu. And with their satchel charges and their MP5s, they will be able to fight and, at least on close ranges, destroy deltas. But the scimitars and the Applique and Chieftain behind the SAS Patrol really is the relevant units here. Interestingly, not using the Terrius Para to do this job. The Terrius Para would
Delta
be
get the advantage here. The speed, extra speed of the Humvee Delta, getting the SAS Patrol into position that they don't have any AT weapons, so they can't deal with the Humvee Delta. Rover Milan desperately trying to help out, does fail to do so. The Scimitars now come around, but the SAS Patrol taking good amount of damage, but making it through and making it into TNT range, so they still make it through in the end. At the same time, the Deltas in the south did do a good job. Snipers getting the Rover Milans for free in the south. Oh,
bro.
Getting double kill there. Nocturna this time around, the one that loses a lot of units in the opener here, but still at least is making it into a town in the north, it seems like. But all the Rover Milans removed from the battlefield already. That's pretty rough. Aero engineers and aero fire teams in the north, still in the town, but it's Snowwolfie with the pressure in the south, and Nocturna with the pressure in the north, and it's going to be interesting to see where this moves from here.
Yes, Snowwolfie taking very decisively the southern point, having the Kiowa anti-air helicopters there, which are quite efficient, and can also be moved easily all around the map if the enemy, for instance, does a mech attack up north. Aero engineers and aero fire teams are now fighting against the SAS patrol, but under autocannon fire from the scimitars, there's no use. Snowwolfie actually getting out an Apache here, almost a naked Apache, without the snipers to spot for them. Humvee Tow also opening fire on long ranges, forcing a little bit of a smoke here, and maybe buying some time for Snowwolfie. Wolfie, yes, Apache getting a scimitar kill here. This time, every single second here is very crucial. This is the moment for Nocturna to do things, and the Apache is going to prevent that. As long as, once again, as long as there is a single entry point into the town, Snowwolfie can exploit that. And Snowwolfie currently has the southern entry point and almost has the right side entry point.
Yeah, gets the capture point there as well. Humvee Tow and Apache rotating around. The kill of the Tow 2 against the tractor up here is big. Only the Javelin around as the A8. And Tow 2 trying to kill the FV432 commander. Will fail to do so though, as it loses line of sight last second there. Apache rotating around as the infantry is getting pushed out there of the town. And Snowwolfie currently have the pressure towards Papa right now. Humvee Delta's pushing back the scouts Law 80. But at least those get microed there by Nocturna. Won't go down. Tornado versus double F-15. F-15s coming in with the hits. The Apache goes down though. And the F-15's actually not able to get the kill there just yet. Gets to turn around. Tornadoes both pushed to go home, but they will make it home. Javelin not able to get the kill there from the ground. And Apache going down there. That is pretty painful. Whilst we have a deep push here from Snowwolfie. Humvee Deltas trying to come around. Scout Law 80 ambushing the whole situation. Humvee Delta, can they get the kill there in time? No, Scouts Law 80 actually getting the kill. And actually will move forward now. So the Humvee CP actually won't move it in there. Nocturna now with the big push towards Alpha. And there's nothing at Alpha yet. Chinook with Green Beret ODA coming in as quick reinforcements. The Humvee Tow went down on the field though. So currently nothing putting any pressure on the Warrior Leagues. Tow 2 team having to disengage here in the south of the town as well. And Nocturna, in the end, still might be the one getting out victorious out of this when he can make it into the rear zone and Snowwolfie can't. Delta with Humvee Delta coming around again. Tornado on the hunt for the Green Beret ODA. Oh, this is dangerous for this. They have at least 20% and 10 hit points here, so they might be able to survive this. But Tornado is coming in for them. And is getting good damage. Not quite getting the kill. But the autocannons are in range already. And that's what finishes the job here. Tough times here to be a Green Beret. Going down with the helicopter. And
also, down south, the scouts got the Humvee. And got the Deltas with the Humvee.
Oh no. They got everything. They got two Humvee Deltas and the Delta with the, 3 Humvee Deltas and the Deltas got... Oh god, the value.
There was enough here for Snowwolfie to take that back point, but the Scouts Law 80 were controlled well enough to counter this. This is a Snowwolfie just could not afford to lose that Apache. And the anti-air helicopters sitting down south, kind of forgotten, are maybe part of the reason here. As soon as the Apache was bought there, even with the 2 Eagles getting bought, the extra anti-air could have maybe helped keep the Apache alive. The Apache was up there. This force would not be pushing the back point this very second. And the ODA, even though it was shot down, would have only slowed down the attack. There was, this Snowwolf is in a really bad position. There's the Humvee CP still trying to get back there and actually going in a safe road. Not going to be spotted by the scouts or targeted by the scouts, but even then, pretty dire. There's not a lot you can do. The infantry division here.
Yeah, Dab goes down as well to the Javelin. Nothing here to spot for them. And now the quick fix comes around to try to spot, but will get damaged. It will get shut down. Good smoke there, so that the Humvee Tow can't get a kill either. Yeah, and the OH-58s, they could have helped out that big time. Both against to protect the ODA and the Apache. really big misplay that they got forgotten over there, as is pointed out. That they at least could have killed off the tornadoes, and then maybe you could play more with air, maybe you could play more with helicopters. Instead, the F-15 goes down now against the double tornadoes that come around. At least one tornado should go down here against the Stinger fire. No, not even that happens, as only one of the OH is able to fire. As Apaches and Little Birds start to come around now, but yeah, the tornadoes are still around now, as nothing killed them. And the Little Birds here flying into the Warrior Oblique's autocannon range isn't making the situation easier. It looks like we will have a quick 2-0 here, coming for Nocturna.
Yeah, sending in the little birds. This is all just desperation on top of desperation. Of the three Kiowas, anti-air Kiowas, which combined have 12 missiles, only 2 of those missiles has been shot. And like with so much air combat here, this is just a misusage of resources. Like the southern attack, it was so close. It was so close of working out. Just a single one extra Humvee there to provide that extra damage. You know, you could have taken the zone, could have prevented reinforcements coming into the zone. But Nocturna just played that exactly the way you're supposed to. You move a little bit, your enemies get some kills from your cover position. Next thing you do is you take a more aggressive position, a defensive unit, so that you, if the enemy is gonna be sending reinforcements, or if already bought some reinforcements, your more aggressive defensive position, you will be able to catch them out, which is exactly what happened.
Yeah, the tornadoes here doing their job, hitting the Black Hawk, killing off the leader, and I'm pretty sure we are close to another tap out here. Snowwolfie is trying to do some shenanigans here, capturing a back point with the Humvee. Delta moving around there, but the KD here is just so heavily in favor of Nocturna. Nocturna with the double tornado here. The OH-58s still haven't moved. Like, they could have helped out here at this point as well. If F-15 coming around, killing off the tornado, but the Chinook goes down with the ODAs inside again, as the F-15 gets the second tornado. Yeah, showing that it is the superior fighter for only 20 points more. But yeah, tornado F3 now gets the first shot, gets the first hit, will be pushed back, and leaves the F-15 alive. And Snowwolfie even getting a take. No, it hasn't captured Lima completely, but will stop the take here with this weird Humvee movement. But the KD is so far behind, and it only will take Nocturna a couple of seconds to really clean this up, and then the momentum is gone. And WARNO first kind of needs some momentum in this matchup. It doesn't have IVs, it doesn't have the numbers of tanks and quality of tanks to fully go through those games. Like, the M1 IP is decent, but it's not a tank that wins you the game outright on its own. And yeah, with the heavier division on the other side already having the better position here, it's tough to see how WARNO first can come back from this.
Yeah, helicopters are very powerful when they are in places where the enemy can't deal with them. And if you naturally, as 101st, kind of need to have your stuff in unexpected locations, need to abuse the speed and the redeployability of the helicopters. You know, the thing about heliblob meta, we haven't seen it in some time, God, but the heliblob meta used to be very powerful because it could just retreat and be at any spot of the map. And even here we saw that there were numerous ODAs, helicopter transport spec ops, getting sent to reinforce the front line. But if the front line had been just a little bit stronger, maybe one of those ODAs could have moved and participated in the attack on the back point. And maybe that helicopter would, the Chinook helicopter would go and fly over it. It would spot that there is no anti-air there, and then the rest of the helicopters could join in and they could fortify the back point and suddenly force Nocturna to start doing like mech attacks close to the spawn. You know, all of this ifs and buts, of course. This did not happen. The Apache was taken out early on, and I gotta say, the SAS patrol opener, using those 6-man, absolutely overpriced for that specific task. But against the Deltas, and supported by the Scimitars, they were exactly the amount of pressure needed to beat through the 101st Infantry opener.
Yeah,
And
really,
yeah, 10
really
oh
interesting
yeah,
opener there.
yeah, and 101st invested too much down south. Not just the helicopters, but like just a little bit more up north, and things could have been different.
Yeah, not moving the OHs. Like, you know that the Apache is going to get some attention. Like, it's so obvious. Like, not moving the OHs into position against the Tornadoes, so that you at least kill the Tornadoes so that they can't come around for your next Apache that you can then buy next tick, and that you trade up in points. Even if you're not trading up in cards, because Apaches are only 1 per card, versus Tornado being 2 per card. But yeah, that didn't happen. And the Apaches went down without the Tornadoes quite going down. F-15 still won the duel, but didn't quite get the kills, and yeah, that all just snowballed quite heavily there. And in the end, Snowwolfie here behind now 0-2, and really has to get this for a full reverse sweep now, as it's already time for Nocturna match ball after 2 really short games here. So will it be a full-on sweep, or can Snowwolfie get the comeback going? Quick break, guys, and then we're gonna figure that out. And that brings us to Vertigo, everybody. Nocturna up 2-0 now. And Snowwolfie on the right side has to really get the gear on now for the reverse sweep potential. Bringing around the 11th ACAF versus a similar division for the pact side, I would say. Like, these are the 2 fast, heavy divisions. They both have really heavy tanks, M1A1s and TADBV IZDs and TADBVs, but they're a bit faster than the heaviest of decks, like the 119th and the 3rd US Armored out there. They have good forward deployment, BMP2 recon, and they have the fast tanks, M1A1s, and the TADBV IZD being just a really fast tank as well. Spetsnaz 3IU coming around tier 2 with LRS and Kiowa Warrior on the other side, and it's a pretty interesting and once more pretty aggressive opener with surprising amounts of units for both sides around Delta and Charlie here.
Yeah, we're seeing almost like a recon rush thingy going here once again with Snowwolfie, but Snowwolfie is doing this largely with the BGS Trifer. And the BGS Trifer is the successor of the old BGS unit with the female unit models, the Big Girl Squad, as it used to be called. Nowadays, the Small Girl Squad, only for 20 points, they do get 5 guys and recon and the good stealth. And they have the MP5 submachine guns, so they can actually do pretty nice damage, especially if they're engaging 2v1. And with the M1A1 ACAV, the forward deploying recon Abrams, that is like an immediate power player on the ground, especially working in tandem with the ground surveillance radar, the LRS units, long range surveillance. And the 11th here is also capable of bringing out some pretty good AA. Once again, we're seeing the Kiowa AA, Stinger Kiowas. Not, and of course, the cream of the crop, the Kiowa Warrior, exceptional optics, and 4 fast-firing, fast-flying, long-range Hellfire missiles. And on the opposite side, we're seeing Nocturna do basically the standard opener of not getting any of the T-80s, but instead buying 4 TO-55 flame tanks. These are some of the best HE damage dealers in the game. So if you're planning to play this defensively, if you're planning to take ground and hold instead of pushing, the Nocturna's build has a lot of BMPs, a lot of ATGMs, and with the Spetsnaz crew and the numerous Motoras Petkas also has a bunch of recon. And Snowwolfie's Kiowa Warrior is going to start out the game here. If it gets a Spec Ops kill here, could be really big.
It's Gem flying out. Good micro there by Nocturna. Not losing his transport there. The first missile did miss anyways, but the Spets GRNU will survive here. Kiowa now firing towards the south. Oh, this time around, Nocturna just in time. Gus does unload. At least the LRS will be attacking him. And the last missile gets a BMP2. So in the end, Snowwolfie is still paying off with the Kiowa Warrior. Igla not here in time to deal with them. And LRS will get into the positions they want to be in the center. Not quite so in the south, though. Spetsnaz JU there a bit faster. The BGS Rifle helping out. So for now, that fight would go okay, but the BMP2 now getting involved. And the LRS not quite in range for the law to actually get some damage in there. Meaning the BGS Rifle getting hit. Motvachvetka now helping out, stunning down the LRS as they try to get in range. Oh, they get the shot out, but they do miss, and the TO-55 will finish them off, and that means Nocturna will get control over the south here in the early game. And that's a bit of an issue here for Snowwolfie, who has an M1A1 in the north though. So the heavy tank is around here for Snowwolfie in this American division with some German support in form of some Panzer Grenadiers, those BGS that we saw, and the Jaguar 2s, which are fantastic ATGM carriers that can snipe the TO-55s with one shot.
Yeah, not to be mixed up with the Jaguar AT planes, which are also good, can also not single shot the T-80s, but do a lot of damage. We're seeing 2 leaders and a tank bought by Nocturna, so some pretty standard, reliable, safe plays, nothing crazy happening here. Still trying to play elastic round whatever 11th horse is going to. 11th Cav is such an opener-dependent division, and we're actually seeing the CEVs fighting against the TO-55s, both of them engineering vehicles. But the TO-55 does have kinetic penetrators, and now TO-55 opening against the ACAV needs to get micro immediately.
Gets out of there for now. Gets followed up. Next TO-55 getting involved though. First one goes down. M1A1 actually pretty heavily damaged. Needs to get back. Needs to get out of there. But Shvedka gets beaten by the LRS. And yeah, we have a Unimog supply there. So the M1A1 should do fine for now. Marder has to fall back. Next M1A1 being bought. So Snowwolfie with the classic attempt of getting the heavy tank snowball going. And that's already the second M1A1 that got bought. 2 M1A1s here coming in as reinforcements for the north. So yeah, Snowwolfie wants to play around that armored core with the good recon around it. Kiowa Warrior versus Tunguska. That's not a good engagement. Will go down. OHs are getting 3 missiles out, but only getting 1 hit against the MiG-23. So that will survive as well. Tunguska, fantastic at the helicopter. Has a long-range missile, has good range guns. So really reliable at killing off helis. Even if the missile misses, you can still kill them off when they get in range for the guns. And TO-55s here, coming around now north after the south has been captured, so the numerical advantage of Snowwolfie getting reduced there a bit, and the first TADB coming in as well. Not quite as strong as the M1A1, but can give them a fight here. One less penetration on the main gun and a bit less accuracy.
Yeah, the two M1A1 buy here kind of signals to us that Snowwolfie is going all in on the north fight. There is barely any reason to invest units into the southern area outside of just trying to hold the ground you already have. And the Heimatjägers we're seeing, Heimatjägers have the Carl Gustav, which is good in doing these tasks. But we're gonna expect this to be a huge micro fight up north. The Jaguar 2 actually getting pushed away by the BMP and Motorasvedka attack. The Jaguar does not have any machine guns, so it has to run away from the Motorasvedka. And ACAV did not manage to stop this BMP from crossing over.
Yeah, Conquerors gets a hit against the M1A1 as well. Heimatjäger go down there as well. Jaguar under fire, but this time around, the BMP2 goes down. M1A1 gets it. Oh, SU-22 cluster there with a good run. Gets shut down though, but gets the kill against the M1A1 and a supply helicopter. Second supply helicopter already there though, so supply situation hasn't changed, but recon situation has a bit. In the end, a decent trade here, but not a complete win here, I would say, for Nocturna with that kill. As the M1A1 reinforcements are already there, so there is no exploit for him, but at least reduces the speed of Snowwolfie a bit. While the Tow Cobras here come around. Next recon unit has to be bought. M3A2 Bradley it is this time around. And we might see the next M1A1 ACAF soon. Tow Cobra goes down to the Igla. That's a bit unfortunate that Igla team didn't get killed off quicker. M1A1 there with a bit of a misfire. Quick Fix has to get back there away from the Mod Schützen as well. As the M1A1 is falling back too.
Protoss, the LRS spots everything, the T-80, the Tunguska, everything, and the A-10 is now ready. So at any time, the A-10, especially now as the other T-80 is going to show itself to the LRS, despite losing the one Abrams and the middle breakthrough, I think there might still be an attack coming from Snowwolfie. Yeah, Wolfie's seed is going to go out there, and the A-10 is likely going to dive in right after it.
Tunguska, it has its guns turned off, only using its missiles here. That's the way to do, because only the guns have the radar here. But the A-10 is coming in for it, and will likely got the kill there. LRS doing the job there. F-16 AT coming in as well. MiG-29 not getting the kill and gets pushed back here. Oh no, only getting stressed. Not quite pushed back yet, but the A-10 F-16 AT should be able to deal with that nonetheless. T-80B goes down here. A-10 really sees everything, and Nocturna doesn't know that. That LRS really in a fantastic spot. MiG-29 even goes down here in the end. TO-55s goes down, both of them, as the F-16 and A-10 here really do the classic 11th ACAF airplay, and that one was really well executed. It wasn't coming in as a rush. It came up with a lot of preparation, seeing how little AA there was around for the enemy. If there would have been a second Tunguska or more Iglas or anything like that, this could have been blocked, but it wasn't. And Snowwolfie here absolutely running away right now with the KD and should be able to set the pressure out now onto the northern zone and stop the take pretty soon.
Yeah, it was targeting the Eagla in the middle first of all with the Abrams, even when there were other threats around. That was one nice little detail. But in the end, just like having that LRS in that position is just completely overpowering. I have a feeling that Nocturna's Motorasvedka could see this if they just took the right positions, but there are enough recon to keep Nocturna more passive. And now all the map control, even if that Tunguska was still out there, all the map control will still be with Snowwolfie. And Nocturna's tanks are both in like very defensive locations and are now moving straight into the middle of the zone where the Panzer Grenadiers are moving on one side, the Abramses are close and with the Abramses, if they can get the first shots or side shots, they shouldn't, because the T80s have better veterancy. But now the T80s have opened fire against soft targets. Oh, and actually Abrams does get a trade against the shots here.
Yeah, Abrams has to fall back there. Don't want to risk it for this. Iltus Furungs trying to disengage. Ooh, going over the road. That might be a mistake. Yeah, Iltus Furungs goes down. Second M1A1 still helping out in the south, as the Recon Bradley there did move a bit too close. Did get killed off. And the take stays, at least for now, with Nocturna. And the TADPV coming forward. M1A1 disengaging. Stinger goes down though. But the danger is, can Nocturna deal with the next airwave coming in? F-16C AT already flying in. The LRS is still in the same spot, still sees all that stuff. And it's tough for Nocturna to realize what exactly is happening, where the intel comes from. Double AA fighter here on the side of Nocturna. That's the investment. But, I mean, there are good F-16s on the other side as well. We have one F-16 AA and the AT-1 now out on the battlefield. We have DOH 58s here behind all of this, so if you dive deep, you will take some good damage there. MiG-29 and F-16C do trade. That's fine for Snowwolfie. And the LS finally got spotted. Okay, finally that gets pushed away, but the TADB did go down here to the F-16C AT.
Yeah, so far, like there is no movement happening around the map outside of Snowwolfie just getting kills with the aircraft. This is a really bad position for Nocturna. Nocturna has not even bought a cube out here, instead investing into two of those fighters, and now with only a single MiG-23, that's not enough to fight this, and buying even more MiG-29s, buying even more MiG-23s. Okay, now the cube is coming that's going to be very inefficient. Not just because the AA wall of helicopters for Snowwolfie, but also because the fact that Americans get the best heat seeker. AIM-9M missiles are both with the F-16s and A-10s, and that's just completely superior in both accuracy, range, and damage to what the MiG-23s carry.
The MiG-23s still get the kill here because they get the angle, and will get shut down most likely on the way out there. Yeah, MiG-23ML go down. F-16 CAT still around here. The 8-10 loss there, bit unnecessary, but until the end, it's still a trade-off here. Motostrelki, the Moderate Redka keeping the BGS Strife under control, and the kill of the recon vehicle there, of the Bradley in the center, was pretty big. Moderate Redka here now getting fired upon. OH-58's rotating a bit. And for now, it's still a +2 for Nocturna. So Snowwolfie did get some good damage in here and still has the threatening air tap. Absolutely. But the ground forces are somewhat equal right now. And it's the +2 for Nocturna right now. So Snowwolfie still needs to get a bit more value out of the air to actually get this game fully under control.
Yeah, Nocturna is basically playing two fundamentals. Having the southern area and the +2 means that playing this passive is necessarily a sin. And now that having
TADBV gets sniped again. BGS Strife did see it. And that's just devastating. Getting a side or rear shot even there. Killing off the next heavy tank, as we have two M1A1s on the battlefield. Another Recon Bradley coming around. We have the Jaguar. BGS Strife is spotting fall of this, and there is only one TADBV on the other side and little AT outside of that. There is one Conquerors team. Like, that needs to get some hits here, otherwise the TADBV will get overwhelmed.
Oh, the Eagle, first shot killed with the artillery.
M109 putting up some damage. F-16 AT is around again. Coop has arrived now too. So that's where the usage of air has to be careful, become a bit more careful again. As if the Coops get 3-4 kills, you're gonna be in trouble, but with the seaplanes around and stuff like that, and with the artillery, it should be doable to avoid that.
Yeah, the Snowwolf is still playing a bit slow here, considering they have the recon advantage, and they also have a bunch of units out here that could exploit any issues. I think just having the 2-to-1 tank advantage, I think this could be the moment to attack. Of course, Snowwolf doesn't necessarily have that info, so You can't fault them for not going in for it. But with the 2 Kub and 1 Tunguska push here, that's a lot of points. If those if the tank gets killed by a fighter plane here and the Abrams is getting there, the Kubs have no choice but to run. The problem is that there's no infantry to really do this pushing, but Snowwolf is buying 2 mech rifles Dragon, and these are quite unusually up-vetted and not on Veterans 0, as you would expect with the 11th Horse. So these are most certainly like attacking infantry. And LRS is moving to get the middle citadel. In a 1v1 fight against the Motostrelki, they will win despite numerically being disadvantaged.
LRS engaging against the Motostrelki is there, as they are special forces 2 vet. 1 less hit point, yes, but they have the sniper rifle. Oh, they can't use it quite. It's below minimum range. Okay, if they could use it, this would be a easy fight for the LRS. Without it, okay, they need the Abrams, and then it should be an easy fight as well, as they have the stress advantage here. The Motostrelki already nearly fully pinned down, getting pushed back there. And yeah, South still fully under control of Nocturna, but it's not a big fortress. But the +2 currently for Nocturna, that's kind of the saving grails. As a big point advantage here, that might be something that you can save over the next 24 minutes and get over the finish line, because otherwise this game currently is for sure going in the direction of Snowwolf. The planes here, Seed Plane and F-16C AT coming around again. Tunguska gets hit by the AT. Seed Plane comes around, gets the first coup. Only 1 coup remaining now. F-16C AT down to 1 hit point. The Eagle at least gets the kill. Okay, at least a bit of a silver lining there, killing off the F-16C AT. As the Seed Plane comes around again, gets another missile out, and gets another coup. Oh no. We're down to only 1 coup on the battlefield now.
Yeah, recon is crucial here. The Jaguar 2 spotted that Tunguska and allowed it to be targeted. And now the BGS Strife in the middle actually doing most of the spotting here. The LRS is slightly out of position to do it. But yeah, the recon is winning the game here. Recon push the enemy, recon and air units push the enemy out of position. And even though there is still a Motostrelki left here, at least this is revealed to the Abrams before it gets side shot. And on return for... Oh no, the side shot!
Ooh, frontal hit here in the end. M1A1 pushed back, has to fall back. Modwedge Redga disengaging on the other side. Kev and M1A1 here, couple of 113s, all coming in. Modwedge Redga under fire. M1A1's slowly moving in again. Mike Rifle Dragons coming in as well. Kev moving forward. Motostrelki slowly moving in as well. M113 unloading, getting the units boots on the ground. Mike Rifle Dragon pushing forward, trying to get through here. Kev and M1A1
another
sitting around.
Another A10, and this time a shotgun fighter. Cover this. I really like the airplay that we've seen. The airplay has been not peak perfection here, but as you who often complains about the level of airplay with league players, I think this is a nice example of how this stuff should be done. And Kub getting a nice hit against the A10 here, but the rest of the planes going out and diving it.
Yeah, really well executed. The recon getting so much value here. BMP2 goes down. F-16C at least gets killed off by the MiG-23. Good timing there by Nocturna. And the F-16C AT pushed back, but it got so much value here again. And the siege is happening. And this +2 should be broken. And with the air, you also should have an easy time of reclaiming the south. Like, with maybe 1 bomber, but also just helicopters alone. And then dealing with the Eagles should do the job. SU-22 here coming in on the other side. The OH is a bit far back to deal with that. Cluster plane coming in. Gets the double kill there. CV does go down. Good run there. This time the SU-22, 24 making it out alive as well. Motostrelkis at least get shot on the ground. So Nocturna still bleeding some units. But the point advantage is the one thing that Nocturna can win it through, and that keeps on growing right now. 20 minutes still to go. That's a long time. That's the big issue here, especially as the AA situation is deteriorating. But 3 more coops being brought, all turned off immediately. So maybe there is something of an AA net coming up now this time around.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that there hasn't been an AA net. It's just that it has been successfully countered by Snow Wolfie. The recon positioning, working together with the fighters, and even using the air supremacy fighters as bait every once in a while. Seen, it's suspiciously a lot of those that get targeted by the coops instead of the actually valuable.
And 1A1 here, taking some bad engagements, but will survive. TDBV smoking off here on the other side. As we have Iltus Furos coming in, another M1A1, F16C, and 2 F16C AA coming in, whilst BMP2 does keep the Heimatschützen away in the south. M1A1 needs some repair. Jaguar not in position to do anything. And we are still on the +1 here for Nocturna. Going up more than 800 points now. Nearly, 850 points now. And that's a nice little advantage. And that's something that you might be able to save over the time with 19 minutes 20 now remaining on the clock.
Yeah, the airplay here, we see the seed plane trying to get the signal. It can spot the coops on long ranges if coops happen to have their radar on. So just trying to maybe lure them into opening fire, to give them a little bit more information. BGS Strife are getting gunned down by a machine gun car down southwest, but the Jaguar is moving around this area, so it can maybe do something about that. And at this point, if I was Nocturna, I would be getting worried about the defenses down on Delta. Barely any reinforcements have been sent there at any point. Now, with the recon unit and the Jaguar in the middle here, LRS providing the ground surveillance, and the fact that the enemy has basically complete air supremacy outside of the Kub range up northwest, I would say that this is time to start like either attacking or reinforcing the south. And yes, I say Snow Wolfie buys 3 Panzer Grenadiers with the mortars. Meanwhile, all the infantry reinforcements for Nocturna are going into the middle and in the.
Yes, a Cyanide here running into the Igla. That's unfortunate. Goes down there. Igla getting the kill there. That helicopter could have helped out quite a lot. And yeah, Igla here, really good position from Nocturna. Gets the kill. That will keep the whole situation a bit more open here for Nocturna. Jaguar coming around. Will try to get the shot down south. And you can't reposition too many units from the north right now as Snow Wolfie. You still need those as a defense, so you need to do it with reinforcements and air in the south, which is doable, but it might take a bit more time. And I feel like, Nocturna should be the one right now sending a bit more force into the south as well. Acacia instead, trying to maybe go for counter battery. Battery on the way. Jaguar getting involved. That was miss the BMP2.
Yeah, I just think that Nocturna, even though they have such a powerful 79th tank force, you have the 3 coups, you have a bunch of high vet like tanks and your BMPs and infantry, but they're all out of position. They're all in a really bad position. There is only one way to go, and it is through. Everything is so concentrated there. Even if the enemy doesn't have bombers, the enemy does have a howitzer, and the howitzer, if you start grinding down the forest, can do a lot of crucial damage. The Abramses are still more powerful than the T-80s, and so going toe to toe, you need to have a little bit of extra here. And if there is still an F-16A/T, at least one of them left, and it's once again going to try to get the airspace here, and probably actually going to try to engage the units that are pushing in the middle here, the LRS spotting all of them.
Yes, Iltus Führungs now rotating south towards Delta. Marder 1A3 pushing forward, Heimatjäger pushing through the south as well. And it seems like that push is currently unstoppable. So it seems like we soon gonna see a take here going in for Snow Wolfie. Potentially even getting the southern zone, though that is a bit harder. There is still a BMP2 there, and the forces would have to push through the open field there, but the first zone here absolutely should fall. F-16AT gets a BMP2D with Motostralky inside. Igla get a hit, but not a kill, and the Jaguar coming around for the second hit maybe here. Okay, have to stop. The BGS Strifer there doing a fantastic job, whilst the infantry units and tank units in the north are all pretty stale right now. The push of the Elderschwungs starting to capture the south. That's pretty important as well. Heimatjäger getting involved, getting some hits here against the Modvedvedka. Spetsnaz GRU can get under fire here in a second as well. Heimatjäger and Panzerquadius slowly moving forward. +1, +2 now. And that at 14 40 will be enough to win the game for Snow Wolfie here.
Yeah, it's just I think what Nocturna understands is that the middle with the LRS holding the middle, and there's still a potential for Milan 2 units, even if the Jaguar is not enough of a deterrent. That the mech force up north is not mobile; it cannot do anything. Snow Wolfie has successfully locked them down and made them pretty irrelevant. And right at this moment, when they should be trying to get Delta back, and all of these all of these units, even when they do actually finally get the siege plane, let's see if we can see some movement happening here with the northern mecha.
Yeah, +2 now through the south. BMP2s coming in there in number to try to deal with that. We have a new helicopter coming in as well. Cyanide. Hawks coming in. And over here, SSGU pushing through as BMP2s and BMP1s. Sit back, Conquers chilling in the rear. M109. Not really getting any big value. And it seems like Snow Wolfie is not going into the southern zone, not quite going for the +4 just yet.
Yeah, I think this is with the iHawks getting bought here. I think this is when Snow Wolfie wants to play against the overinvestment. Nocturna buying a massive force of BMP2s and gonna be attacking the south here, and this is Snow Wolfie's just counter. Just let's play the good thing we got going on here. The A10 is so far away from the Coots right now; it can do some free damage here, and yeah, even the Sea Knights, even though they do meet the Igla, and the Igla does have ammunition here.
Yeah, the A10 getting 4 BMP2s there, 1 even with units inside. Absolutely insane value there, and it will make it out alive. Kiowa Warrior here has to be careful with the Tunguska, but if it can get around there, it will do a lot of damage. Cyanide, have to be careful with the Igla too. The +2 does continue for now. The 4 BMP2s could have really swung the power balance here in the south, but the A10 came at the right moment. The Coups are too scared of enemy recon, and rightfully so, I would say, to move anywhere closer to the front line right now. And that makes it insanely tough to protect anything against these A10s and F-16s lurking in the skies.
Yeah, and the Kiowa Warrior is almost going to be targeted by the Tunguska here, but any moment the Tunguska gets suppressed, the Kiowa Warrior can just change altitude and open fire if need be. Yeah, with another... Yeah, this time the iHawks are waiting here. Clusters not gonna get any value out of those.
Yeah, MTLB, LBU, and SU-24 going down this time. The Rotretka BMP2 goes down. F-16C gets the Tunguska in the south again. This seed
The Kiowa Warrior opens fire immediately after.
Yeah, gets a BMP2 as well. The F-16C AT at least went down, but great usage outside of the rest of the stuff as well. Kiowa Warrior has to fall back now. BMP2 is firing at it. It's getting really low. It goes down. Okay, there is a bit of a chance here for Nocturna to get back into the southern zones, but has to be quick now as they are on a +4 now. The tick is quick, and Snowwolfie has a decent amount of forces coming in here as well. Heimatjägers. The north is unmoved. That makes all sense. The question is now, can Nocturna get around here in time? T80BVK coming up. That might even be too slow. It might even be capable of moving in here fully. Back with the red forces, but I'm not sure if the unit is fast enough, as the tick rate here is currently 160 points per minute, and blue is catching up to red side, and we have a GG, and Snowwolfie will get game number 3, and we have a series at hand after, for the first time, a somewhat longer game, but yeah, a really well executed game by Snowwolfie.
Yeah, I mean, can you see why I like watching Snowwolfie? Like the commitment to the theme here, and the attention getting paid on the order that the planes go in, the attention getting played on not taking the risky or the bad engagement, but instead moving reliably after the recon, getting always a little bit extra after recon, so that even if your unit gets spotted and destroyed, you're not gonna lose your spotting potential, and not relying too heavily into the tanks. There were a lot of M1A1 Abramses out there, and if I was I would have probably just tried to transition wholly into those. But why would you? Why would you do that if you're still confident that you can keep on playing the AT game? And the AT game was very good. I'm sorry, air game, and the air game was good to the right up till the end. Just like look at some of these kill counts; it's insane. And being able to play around that amount of coups and not even like doing mass artillery and not even being a noob who doesn't know how to move their coups after their fire. No, this was just a very, not even a bizarre, but just an exceptional and very, very nice win.
Yeah, really well executed there in the sky. And Nocturna always just being one step behind. Like, Nocturna didn't play bad here. As you can see, the KD was still pretty decent. But he was always just a step behind the air game there. And Snowwolfie just keeping the leading position there, continuously pushing forward. And yeah, getting rewarded here with a win and making the series a lot more exciting. It wasn't a full sweep, but Nocturna still on match ball, as after the game number 3 here, it's 2-1 for Nocturna, so Snowwolfie still needs to win 2 here to bring it to the full reverse sweep. Let's see if they're capable of that, or if Nocturna is finishing it with the next one. Quick break, guys, here, and then we're gonna be back. And this brings us to game number 4 in this best of 5. Nocturna still on match ball, but Snow Wolfie did finally get a point on the board, and he's now bringing around another somewhat aggressive division, and my currently favorite division in the game, the 16th Panzer Division. But on the other side, Nocturna is bringing around a pretty aggressive tank division as well, and that is the 7th GDR Panzer Division, which is a bit lighter than its 9th Panzer brethren, has the Spezialaufklärer before deployment, has a couple more T-55s, has the MiG-21 bombers and stuff, but doesn't have the heavy T-72s, doesn't have BMP-2s, so you don't have quite the same level of quality, but you have a bit better quantity, and that might be good against the Layer 1 plop that Snowwolf can bring around, together with a good amount of good autocannons, early autocannons IFVs, and some decent forward deployment as well, with the Fusiliers of the Luxembourgians and the ESR GVP Special Forces Recon here with GSR.
Yeah. The Leopard 1s here, of course, going to be completely secondary compared to the T-72s. Just the armor and the penetration differences are big enough. They can't go toe-to-toe. But that doesn't mean that Leopard 1s are going to be useless and overpriced here, because they are just very micro-intensive. Belgian infantry has off AT weapons. They don't come with a lot of Milan 2s, and they don't have their portable missile launchers like Dragons or anything, and they barely even have like standard launchers. Their standard AT weapon has 11 pen, so they do need to have the tanks around, and also the AIFVs also don't have ATGMs. So the Leopard ones, wait, the fuck who's sorry. Yeah, the Leopard 1s are the most reliable and only good AT weapon that is on the ground for the Belgians. They can't rely on the limited TOW2s, and so the Leopard 1s are getting bought en masse. 3 going west of Echo is a pretty big opener group. They are both up-vetted, so they can fire first and can keep firing. And their main way to deal with the T-72s is probably going to be just to try to overwhelm them or use the terrain to try to get as close as possible where the kinetic penetrators can start doing like one-shot kills against enemy tanks. Of course, on the other hand, we also have vetted up T-55s, which are excellent counter to the Leopards. But heavy investment into tanks from Nocturna can bite them in the back a little bit, considering the heavy investment into tanks on urban front lines, of course, means you're not going to be able to hold your positions as well.
Yeah, no Milan 2 teams here though on the side of Snowwolfie deployed. Only Humvee TOW2s, which are great here with their mobility and their TOW2 one-shotting the T-55As, which don't have smoke. And the Leo ones, yeah, you said either push them close and get the first shot, first kill, but you also have the range advantage, like, and the mobility advantage. Like, you have to play around the better setup capabilities of them. They have smoke, they can disengage, and they have the speed, they have the range, so they have the aim time. So yeah, those numbers are in their favor. The raw numbers, the penetration, the armor, that's on the side of this big blob here, and currently also the numbers are just in favor of these T-55s here, and they will come for blood through the center. As yeah, Milan 1 coming in with a Milan 1 transport here, and more at 13 on the way in, but no Milan 2s, only some Humvee TOW 2s, and yeah, a lot of GSRs being deployed all around the map.
Yeah, the GSR, the ESR GVPs are overpriced for fighting tasks, but they do have the sniper rifles, so they can do a lot of good damage at long range, and the ground surveillance radar to actually spot the enemy. Right here, we're seeing them fighting against the Spezialaufklärer for the moment. and they will in just a second be notified of the mechanized attack here, which will probably be the point when the Leopards are going to start getting micro hard. Now, the Belgians do get some good cluster bombers, and I would not be surprised to start seeing them early. Here we can see the Belgian AT weapons fire and not do anything except a little bit of suppression. And the Belgian reservists are also going in. The Belgian reservists actually have a 14-pen AT weapon, which is better than what the standard infantry gets.
Yeah, and here you can see 3 hits of the Leo 2 once, only put 4 damage onto the T-72. Meanwhile, 1 hit of the T-72, more than half-life, damaged the Leo 1. S-22 cluster, getting too close to the Gepards, and doesn't get through. That's a good kill. 1 T-72 going down here to the falling back Leos as well. Gepards have to run. Didn't smoke off. Mirage cluster there. Oh, that's a big blob of T-55s. That's a big blob of burning T-55s now. That's a fantastic hit. And the Mirage gets out barely alive. Coop did hit, but the Shilka was not around to finish the job. And yeah, big kills here for Snowwolfie, but has to fall back further. The pressure is still there for Nocturna. The Leo 1s here are still in risk. One of them down to 2 hit points. No supply here around. And no real reinforcements coming in for Snowwolfie just yet either. The Sultan goes down. Yeah, BMP1 there getting the kill. ESR not in range to do anything about it. AFV moving around. Can deal with the BMP1 with his gun, most likely. If the BMP1 hits it, though, it will get one-shot killed there as well. And, oh no, it's moving, which is not good because it does not have a good stabilizer. So the BMP1 actually does win that fight as well. T-55 going down in the middle. Milan 1 moving around there. But Leo 1's actually not being microed back here right now by Snowwolfie. Losing another one there a bit needlessly. Next Leo 1 gets the first shot on the T-72. Gets the kill there. That's a good kill. But the Gepard here in a tough spot as well. Has to be careful there around the Mordschützen. Leo 1 BE does fall back. Both sides aiming quickly. The T-72 gets the kill and the Leo 1 barely doesn't quite have enough penetration. Gepard goes down as well. Nocturna keeps the pressure up here. Snowwolfie under a lot of pressure now.
Yeah, the reinforcements, the infantry reinforcements for Snowwolfie is 2 mech fusiliers, and the thing that Nocturna is getting some MiG-21 bombers, dive bombers coming in here.
Milan 1 goes down. MiG-21 HE will fall back. Mech Fusiliers keeping up the pressure against the Motto flares in the south. We have Mirage Cluster coming in. We'll find a good cluster there. T-72 only got damaged. Both BMPs go down. But this Mirage once more gets hit, so it will be out for a while. Though SPW has to be careful. The M113 Milan actually going pretty deep here. Might even see the Coop there. Yeah, we'll see the Coop, but it doesn't have anything to kill it anymore. Oh no, all the Milans have been fired. Only has 4 of those. AFVs have to be careful. There is still a T-72 there on the main road. So they have to go around there. They can't deal with it. The infantry inside of them can't deal with it. That's what you were talking about. You need tanks or ATGMs to deal with them. Though the Humvee TOW really gets a good ambush position in the rear line right now. This is a wild game. This is why I love these 2 divisions. They are all gas, no brake. Just pedal to the metal divisions. And both players play them exactly like you should play them. And yeah, it's a pretty wild game here right now. Points are being captured. Real zones are being pushed. This is Urban Frontlights at its finest.
Yeah, the mech fusiliers, the thing that the Belgians do get by not having good AT weapons is that their standard 7-man squad has 3 machine guns for only 40 points. So in standard infantry versus infantry fights, East Germans have some of the best line infantry, but with the extra machine gun, I think the Belgians can pretty reliably contest them. The big problem here is just with the tanks. Even though these are only T-72Ms and not the most high-tech units, but being able to go 1v1 against all the Belgian vehicles means that without a wide front line of ATGMs that can catch these things off guard, you need to be diving in Mirages. And even though the Epervieros have been doing excellent work here, and some breakthrough units, the Humvee-Tos and the Milans, are trying to suppress reinforcements, the Mi-24P helicopter is gonna be able to clean this up, and likely a pretty nice target for a Belgian fighter. Belgian fighters are not good against that many stuff. They're basically only good for helicopter hunting with their older generation heat seekers. But so far, so far the Snow Wolfie seems to be kind of getting into a better position, largely by these air attacks. But if Nocturna manages to build up a front line here, and these T-72s are still reliably getting bought in, if the T-72s are not gotten by the airplanes, and if the Leopard 1s can't get into numbers to challenge the T-72s, this could be like pretty bad for Snow Wolfie here. Though the really big advantage here, I think, is the Epervier. It's getting targeted by the Iglas, and of course, it cannot survive even a single hit. But just the little bit of extra information on the location of the tanks is very crucial because it allows Snow Wolfie to deploy properly and, of course, keep using these airplanes.
Yeah, SW50 does actually survive for now, but the Leo 1 PE should be able to finish it off. Humvee CP gets the rear zone, gets a +1 going, is still annoying with the captures there. India could be pushed now somewhat soon as well. T-72 just driving directly on top of the recon infantry because they don't have any AT left. SPW 50 will get shot down this time around by the Leo 1A5. AFVs pushing around. Humvee CP is about to be found in the rear here on the other side as well. BMP just barely not getting the kill there, but the helicopter eventually should be able to finish it off. ESR goes down as well. The Mirages flying around, but the Coops are on its tail. Getting resupplied now. But as the SPW now can capture the rear zones. +2 right now for Snow Wolfie. About to be a +3. The CVR Sultan can go on, capture a bit more. But the T-72Ms, as I said, they are the problems. They are the ones where you need to get the clusters on top, where you need to get the side shots with the Leos, or just enough Leos around to kill them off. You don't get endless numbers of those as 7th Panzer, but you get a good bunch, and as long as they stay around, it's going to be a tough game here for Snow Wolfie. As the Shilka does great damage against the Mirage, but the Coop is out of ammo, so Mirage won't be finished. Mirage HE coming around. Oh, drops on top of the Coop, gets the kill there. Shilka did have to move to not die to it as well, so that means the Mirage even will be able to come around in the normal repair time, which is pretty quick. And yeah, mech rifles here pushing forward in the south. Leo 1A5B is there, coming around to try to deal with the T-72, which is now falling back, but that at least should allow Snow Wolfie to capture the zone and keep the tick up for now.
Yeah, the Mech Fusilier around the middle managed to get a side shot against a T-72, so it is wounded, and it could be destroyed by a different side shot. There's also, with the recon advantage currently still being with the side that is not holding the line with tanks, being with Snow Wolfie. Snow Wolfie could, like, theoretically, if the T-72s engage themselves in a bad engagement, just move the Leopard 1s to do some side shots, and that's going to take a lot of attention, a lot of control.
F-16 got a kill against the MiG-21 HE by being behind enemy lines and then killing the Mi-24P on the way out as well. Massive value there out of this fighter. Both stopping the plants that Nocturna had with those bombers, trying to set up some bigger pushes again, killing off the infantry in the center, and yeah, also just value-wise, big hits there. Mirage cluster also with some big hits here, killing off a T-72M this time around, damaging a BMP-1 as well. And MiG-23 not fast enough to get in here and get the kill in return. Mech Fusiliers struggling against the UATs, but will be able to get the kill there once they stop moving. Sultan coming around for capturing the south. So even if the center gets captured here by Nocturna, the tick will return to Snow Wolfie once India has fallen. And Hotel actually pretty pushable as well.
Yes, no Wolfie, look at these Leopard 1A5s. They're going in to try to cut off the reinforcement route. And they are not even going there with the Alouette, so they're not gonna show themselves. Basically, the helicopter can't be spotted.
Oh,
By
the CV got sniped by the
infantry.
AFV as well, so no capture of the middle. No Wolfie here really will go ahead and points quickly now. On the way to a +3, there is no CV on the battlefield here for Nocturna, so no way to stop this point advantage for Snow Wolfie to come. And Snow Wolfie here with the autocannon Ehrlichen dealing with the BMP-1 on the other side. BMP-1 actually got the kill there. AFV goes down. AFV in the middle goes down as well. The T-72M's still the big problem, but bombers deal with it bit by bit. Coops getting sniped by the Leo 1A5 BEs in the rear. They do a fantastic job here intercepting those AA units. Coop that's can micro, but too late, and that means these bombers on the front line, they just can't keep coming.
Yeah, those Coop kills there are some of the most important ones so far. Another Mi-24P, but if there is a fighter left here, the Snow Wolfie could maybe destroy that gunship. And we can see here that the very centered, like there is not enough supply here to keep preparing these T-72s. There is not enough recon for Nocturna to like aggressively move and actually use the force that they have got going on. And with the planes, yeah, now F-16 and Mirage once again diving in here. Mirage is going against an Eagla. They're trying to destroy every A unit, and that might be the way actually.
Yeah, the bombers, the Mirage bombers are really good. F-16C trying to get a hit here. MiG-23ML not able to get the kill just yet. The other one is in a weird angle, but it can get the kill finally against the F-16 there. Might be able to get an APVR, but doesn't want to risk it. Does fall back. On the other side, little AA on the ground as well. We have one Mistral in the north, that's it. And like all the Gepards have fallen. So little to protect against the MiG-23 just flying forward as well. Mirage having to be careful there. Mirage rocket doesn't have any AA unit there, but the Mistral actually will be able to get involved. T-72 goes down on the ground, and the the Mistral actually gets a hit against the MiG. Mirage rocket coming around, dealing some decent damage as well. Spezialaufklärer does go down, as the Sultan can go towards Hotel. Mi-24 kills the Leos in the rear at least, but the +3 is real, and we might even see a +5 here. So the Mi-24 might get around just in time, as Mirage rocket coming in can deal with the Modschützen, then maybe help out against the Mi-24. See how it goes. Yeah, Modschützen there with some decent value against the M113s. Schilke under fire, but won't go down. More coops being bought now, as the T-72 MK will get into the middle and at least only reduce it to a +1 take.
Yeah, and the Epervier is not targeted by the radar Shilka, so there's just free, full, complete recon for free for Snow Wolfie here. So Snow Wolfie doesn't have to play any more rash than he wants to. He has complete control over everything, and yeah, even if the T-72s now can manage to get the middle here, are they gonna start pushing south, north, northeast? There's no place to go realistic. They need the combined arms. They need recon, they need support. Most importantly, of course, they need coops. But the road to get the coops in there is, well, it's not under threat right now, but it could be. And even then, I just think that any time that Nocturna is going to start doing an attack here with these tanks, Snow Wolfie is just going to start sending all the vehicles, the AIFVs, the Milan vehicles, tanks, and just fast move them into the enemy backspawn. There is such a the Eperviers are providing just perfect, complete information. That's why you snipe out the Iglas. The Igla could actually shoot it down.
Here's our GVPs and Leo 1 BEs here holding the ground. And yeah, those recon drones are really strong. And nope, for the answer to the in the chat, the drones have been around since the late 70s and like functional since the early 80s with and we have a couple of them in the game by now. One Soviet, one American, and one Belgian one. And we will get a German fast drone and another packed fast drone in the Czechoslovakian division with the South DLC, which will be fast flying drones. Mirage here coming in, killing off the Conquerors. We just won't have armed drones. Like, armed drones really only came around, like strike package drones coming around in the 90s and early 2000s.
Yeah, and historically, of course, a lot of these drones that we're seeing here wouldn't have direct data links to the command. What they would go and they would take pictures, and then those pictures would be recovered from the drone, and then you would have the information. But due to the magic of video games, we have to abstract all of these actions into, well, the drone just tells you where the enemy is.
So a couple of them actually had direct data link already, like the CL289 that we will get with the Germans. They had direct data link with video cameras, and I believe, not so sure about the EPVR, but I believe the American one had the option for that as well at this time period.
The German one, you would think that it would need that, because that thing is not coming home, I don't think.
T-72 on the bombering run here, getting a good hit. Coop getting some fire here. Well, it did get home over Serbia in the 90s, but yeah, Mirage rockets here moving around, and we have a W, and Snowwolfie does it. As we have a game 5, everybody. We're going all the way. Snowwolfie might get the reverse sweep here, and yeah, giving us the full entertainment here. Really, really good game by Snowwolfie. Really showing you guys how 16th Panzer Division is supposed to be played. Nocturna coming in with a lot of pressure and just getting torn apart by all these little pieces of mobile warfare, and especially of air superiority that the second here could establish in this matchup. And just constant pressure. The recon drones giving constant intel here, and a fantastic display of urban front lines, how you should play it from both sides. But Snowwolfie here getting a bit better traits and then just running away with them.
Yeah, this is a map where especially the openers that tank divisions do here, they do stack their vehicles, and the cluster plane has won me a lot of urban frontlines games. Having some recon and having a cluster plane, it's you're like half the way towards victory. And by the time I saw the Mirages dive in and take the number of T-55s out early on, that was when I felt I knew that this was not just going to be like a mech push through, and it really is a perfect showcase on how much you can do to play around the heavy tank stuff, and how the actual numbers on board don't necessarily translate into into winning. And the early to mid game kind of repeated T-72 printer action, where we just saw those tanks getting brought out there, obviously all of them thinking, well, this is the last one until I have perfect fire superiority and nothing is going to be challenging me, especially when trading away those Leopard ones early on. I can sympathize with the printer addiction, but then when the but getting paralyzed and put into such a recon disadvantage, I think a lot of players don't know what to do there, because that's not a common occurrence. I think the main way there would have even just try to counter air spam. Maybe the Belgians do get they don't get an iHawk actually, so yeah, maybe it was actually the planes that should have been invested early on, because the Cube spam is something that Snowwolfie quite obviously can play around if he actually put his mind to.
There was an attempt, but Snowwolfie set up the F-16 ambush so fantastically against the MiG-21s that one got shut down, the other one got pushed back immediately. I think otherwise they would have, if those two bombers would have gotten through, they would have been able to big push in the middle for Nocturna, but that never materialized thanks to Snowwolfie's great ambush, then also getting the Mi-24. And yeah, really setting up this nicely, really showing that they can get the pressure bolt through as well, and yeah, showing that they're on par with Nocturna, and it's going to be really exciting. Game number 5 here. Two players that are just on each other's level, getting to the decider game. So don't you go anywhere, guys. We're gonna have the final game of the day and the final game of Division 2. Yeah, let's get to the final game of this grand final. Quick break, and then we're gonna be back. Did I say that it's the final game? And here we go. The decider game of the Division 2 Grand Final. And we're gonna play it on the lovely map of Airport here. As on the left side here, in the blue, we have Nocturna coming around with the Polish mechanized forces of the 4th Zemek. And on the right side, you have the 157th Motostrelki division for Snowwolfie here. Two really interesting picks. And before we jump into the analysis of the setup, one more quick shout out to the Matcherino page, guys, where you can help out funding the tournament. All you have to do is click the claim code button and you add 25 cents to the prize pool completely for free. And if you want to help out further, use the contribute button above that to add money to the prize pool. And yeah, thanks to everybody who helped out here. Kalandania coming in last with the free money. And yeah, if you want to help out, funding the channel and helping out improving the content here and stuff like that, consider subscribing to the channel. If you have a Twitch Prime laying around, maybe use that. And yeah, if you're on YouTube, maybe become a channel member. Helps out multiplying your contribution to the channel by a couple thousands, as each channel membership is worth like 2,000 clicks or so. So it really means a lot. And yeah, Snowwolfie here on the right, now coming in with the 157th, and comes in with one of my favorite divisions at the moment. But it's a lot slower than the 4th ZMAC on the other side. So what do you think has to be the setup here for these two players?
I mean, this is a very interesting position where the Forge Mech, being one of the more low-tech divisions, maybe the most valid division to play, considering it doesn't have any modern equipment really, and I think this is a rare case when the Poles actually have both the technology and the momentum advantage. The Honker Rus transports faster than anything that Snowballfie can realistically play here. Even the Rasvedka, standard Rasvedka squads are not going to be able to fight off anything. They are there purely to exist as recon, kind of ersatz forward deployment. And the real fighting capacity for Snowwolfie is going to come with massed troops, with the Usilenia, the military police, and the leaders removing the debuffs and providing the veterancy buffs for the reserve. The Reservisti and the reserve T-54s can trade up with all of these. The problem is going to be in manufacturing these engagements. SU-15 diving in
and
and
getting
getting
shut
caught
out.
by
Also,
Twin Osa.
yeah, gets at least
Yeah,
two helicopter. Getting one of the AT gun helicopters and getting Mi-2 URPG gun and Stella helicopter killed off. So it wasn't a complete disaster there. Point wise, it's kind of okay as well. But still, obviously, a loss does hurt. Mi-2 RO with the 23mm here, little recon helicopter that can gun down transports, forcing early unloads in the south here as well. We have ZSU 23s coming around that can deal with the helicopters. Mi-8s here trying to deal with the Honker Rus and the Rospecialnis inside of them. But the A helicopter here, Mi-2 URPG, first Stellas do get the hits. 3 hits out of 3 Stellas. That's unfortunate there for Snowwolfie, but lucky times here for Nocturna. Nocturna really getting rewarded for bringing this helicopter around. It has 68% accuracy, so onto that it's not super unlikely to get all 3 hits, but it's still lucky. As the Reservisti here with the BTRs push back the Mi-2 RO and might get it gunned down. Oh, it barely survives. Lucky times for Nocturna here right now. As the Reservisti do unload. ZSU should finish the job here now though. Yeah, that does seal the deal. T-55 Ace though, coming around, and there's nothing to deal with them yet here.
Yeah, so the Snowwolfie's northern deployment is heavily defensive. There are a bunch of Fagot missiles and weapons teams, a small amount of infantry and tanks. The actual fighting force here seems to be these Vet-1 Reservisti with their Usilenia military police watching over them. But even then, there are no tanks to support this. There needs to be something, airplanes, helicopters, even just tank reinforcements to actually challenge these T-55As and the BMP-1s. With the Rospecialny in the tower, Nocturna is getting really good sightlines around here. And even with the multitude of these units getting into the point at Emma, there needs to be a solution for these tanks. These tanks are doing damage every second. And even up north, where you have the T-55 Meridas, they are just also just following the Rospecialny, who are spotting them target. Su-25 AT getting bought by Snowwolfie and sent up north, and there is an OSA, but it's not close enough to immediately destroy this. And further down south, Snowwolfie's forces are bravely still taking on positions, with Nocturna actually driving in here and driving into very dangerous territory here. The Reservisti actually managing to open fire.
Yeah, they have a decent RPG, but not a great one. RPG 7 VM, only 13 pen, but 14 pen, but decent range, decent accuracy. Though if they are stressed out and outside of the Oslenia range, then the accuracy obviously tanks quite heavily. And yeah, T-55 AM1s having to be brought. They have the advantage of having long range missiles. They are not as good as the AM2 Meridas on the other side when it comes to the pure gun, but they have the Bastion missiles, and the Polish don't have that. So that's the long-range advantage here of the 157th, but none of them on the front line. T-54 goes down in the north. Meridas do take care of that. MiG-23ML goes down as well, and yeah, the T-55s down here in the south, they are just going rampage. The Reservisti and the Command Uslenia having a big problem. BMP-1 moving deep here for Nocturna as well. And the 157th under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, the unit composition for Snowwolfie down south here was just completely hard countered by the T-55s and the Combined Arms Force. The Mi-2 Urns getting brought in as kind of a fire team as an emergency response. And now we're seeing a BMP-1 diving into and getting behind the front line. Snowwolfie is not going to have a troubles in not going to have trouble in fortifying the pole position, the back point here. This is some of the most defensible ground in the game, with long sight lines, close range defenses if you want to hold them. But if that area is completely clean and the enemy is already stopping your reinforcement from getting in there, this could be the wedge that Nocturna can press. So, Snowwolfie's SU-25 cleaning up this issue for the moment, but meanwhile the Meridas are still engaging on max ranges, getting good engagements with superior recon.
Yeah,
They're
both
getting
Meridas
punished.
killed off in the north at least. T-54 goes down beforehand though, so no push potential really there for Snowwolfie. Also getting a bit too close to the Fagot, that would be a big pickoff. It's driving pretty fast backwards. Can the Fagot get on target? Yes, it can. That's a big pickoff. That swings the northern situation around. That allows for easier air. That makes the whole reinforcement there for Nocturna annoying. But Nocturna now, with the big pressure in the south, the Reservisti getting a side shot kill on the T-55A. T-55AM1 falling back here from the T-55As. It has the range advantage. It can kite them. Fagot helping out there as well. Not spotted yet. Honkaroos not close enough to get a line of sight there. And the T-55 AM1 can keep them away. BRM's coming up. More T-55 AM1s on the way as well. So, yeah, as you said, Paul likely going to be defended. BTR 40 and ZU-23s dealing with the Honkaroos up north. Likely going to kill it off in a second. BTR moving around there as well, trying to find the VD. Rospecialny getting to kill off that BTR as a bomber tries to kill the ZU, tries to kill the Fagot, does do the job. SU-22 bomber going away, and we don't have a fighter right now because they all have been used up already. And more T-55As here just driving in for Nocturna. +1 for Nocturna right now. But Snowwolfie at least stabilized the game a bit. The Meridas kills in the north, absolutely crucial. Otherwise, that game could have been out of control at this point already.
Yeah, I forgot about the T-55 AM1, the one with the Bastion missile. I think this is the unit that actually allows 157 to have a technological superiority per engagement. And this is the unit that Snowwolfie is also bringing out 4 of them to hold the central advance here. But this sort of skirmishing with limited units is often very air and recon dependent. And with the air and recon advantage here being with the Polish, the Reservisti and the swarms of tanks that you can bring out at 157 just are not materializing it. The constant pressure and the really good damage that T-55s got to do early on is Snowwolfie still has not recovered from this. And AA Gun actually getting some good damage up north, and with all the reinforcements for Nocturna going into the backpoint attack, this could be a case of biting a little bit more than you can chew. Like I said, this is extremely defensible, the pole positioning. The long sight lines allow the defender to decide how and when the fight is being done, and this very limited area where you can realistically send in a commander is basically always targetable by bombers or artillery, and with some recon you can just snipe enemy leaders off with your tanks. And yeah, the BMP-1s and T-55s are now going to be facing a swarm of 3, a murder of Su-25s flying in here with a BRM, bringing out some pretty nice spotting for the moment.
Yeah, the Su-25s here coming in. There's no smoke on the other side. Osa here is turned off against Seed. I don't think there is Seed in 157th, but I might be wrong. And yeah, also it might just be Nocturna not quite knowing the division that he's up against. 157th is not played that much. And yeah, big issue here against all these fast HGMs is, as I said, the lack of smoke. For the most part on the side of Nocturna, the BMP-1s, the T-55As, they don't have smoke. Only the Meridas can bring it. And the T-55AMs here with the Bastions have an easy time. Osa goes down. BRDM Conquers goes down as well. Meridas stunned and under Bastion fire here from all sides as well. The BMP-1s with their Malyutka don't deal massive damage against the AM1. 14 frontal armor is pretty efficient. Mi-8 can push forward with its Phalangas as well. Next SU-25 comes around, and yeah, Nocturna has to be careful to not be grinded away in front of the enemy spawn here. The reinforcement route so much easier here for Snowwolfie at this spot, but at least Nocturna gets the northern point captured, gets the +2 going on here. Rospecialny also moving around there. Rezavesti engaging in the other direction. Ooh, MiG-23 ML, is it able to get the kill there? No, not able to catch the SU-22. Has to be careful with the double OSA, not to fly over that. T-55 AM trading with 2 T-55As on the other side. That's a good trade for Snowwolfie as well. As, yeah, the Piatas mech coming in here now. SU-25 rocket still has some gun ammo left. Fails to kill off the Fagot though, as the MiG-23 gets shot down by the OSAs. So, yeah, good back and forth here. BTR running away from the Rospecialny. Reservisti being brought closer. A lot of Reservisti infantry being brought up, as you can't afford so many of them. You get the 45 points. You get a 7-man infantry squad with a decent AT and decent firepower, and a BTR with an MG. It's a super cheap squad, but the report gets charged. Ooh, CV makes it in.
Nocturna's AT plane missing both of the shots, so now the T-55 AM1 can just trade shots against the flank here.
Yeah, Mi-8 here with the last Phalangas. The resupply would be needed for Snowwolfie. Snowwolfie needs to smoke off here as well and just resupply his tanks with Bastions. They have run out of ammo by now. You'll get 6 shots there. Ooh, Krug does miss. T-55 might be able to dodge here. No, that's a kill. Krug gets the kill with the second one though, but the next cluster bomber run comes in. It's a +6 currently for our player in red. That's a big issue for Snowwolfie. That's a lot of points that you will have to catch up to, and it's a 6-minute timer only as well. The Mi-8s here dealing good damage against the Meridas. The T-55AM on the side here isn't being spotted right now, but it fails to hit as it is really stressed out as well. And the AM situation is that all but the one on the side are down now, and that one will go down in a second likely as well. Will fail to get the kill as well. Mi-8 here nearly going down too, also pushing it now. Snowwolfie is in a world of trouble now. Merida under fire. We have the Reservisti coming in for a counter push. We have Me2 with rockets here coming around. Me2 yearns. No AA against that. We have the Krug, but that can't shoot against helicopters. It's purely anti-planes. And all ZU-23s outside of the one around the point have been killed off. BTRs hunting down the VD-43 will get the kill there. That at least should allow it to reduce it to a +4. Double OSA here, still a problem. As the T-55s come back in. No CV yet to contest the south again. As the numbers of T-55s here for Nocturna down to 3 as well. Like, both sides have thrown away a lot of armor here. The grind is real. VD-43 goes down. CV should be able to come around now, as the Rospecialny goes down as well. BTR needs to move quickly. Maybe then go for Elena, as you really want to stop this tick as fast as possible now. T-55 Merida goes down. SU-27, the 5 goes pretty close here as well though. Goes down as well. SU-15 under fire. Does survive. Might be able to get on top of this SU-22. SU-22 AT in the south is scary. Krug doesn't get a hit. Kill on the SU-22 HE, but the OSAs do retaliate. Krug can get a missile out there in a second. The kill for the AT plane this time around. Krug has to reload now, so the SU-22 will make it out alive. AM1 down again, but there are no tanks remaining here for Nocturna.
Yeah, the Snowwolfie has been attritioned away basically by feeding those high-vet T-55s into that position. And with all of this infantry, especially these Fagot squads here, it's just going to be difficult, and there needs to be more fire support to actually push through this. And even then, most tools for 157 to do that are inefficient. But here we can see Snowwolfie recognizes this and is actually driving into the middle here. The Urn taking out the Usilenia squad before they can start firing against this Mia. And with the AA not in position, it seems that it's going to be the rocket planes are going to try to be doing the damage here, even with the OSAS holding the ground, and some Reservisti units with the secondary front kind of trying to get the middle here, critically lacking air support.
Ooh, the S-25 is getting brought in against the OSAS here again. That's a big mistake here by Snowwolfie. OSAS just too high of a rate of fire, too great of an accuracy with the 2-vet especially, getting the stop there. Fagots, unfortunately for Snowwolfie, frontally hitting T-55 AM2 Meridas here, so won't get any big sneaky kills there, but Snowwolfie on a potential way back in here now with a BTR that moves into the center that at least will stop the take, if not even get the take here for Snowwolfie. And having more tanks now with T-54Bs and more T-54Bs coming along behind that. B4M, big artillery coming around, the brother of the OP Belgian artillery. It's stats-wise the same, it just has less veterancy, but the stats are fantastic. That can start to get involved against the stationary infantry in the south, maybe take out the OSAS as well. Well, it's the BTR now. Gets the contest on. BM4 maybe should even unload back there and just try to kill the enemy CV here. Fagot team under fire by the 57mm artillery. AA will get killed off here in a second, most likely. BRM1 spots everything.
Actually runs off.
Has supply there.
So 3 BMP-1 reinforcements for Nocturna to try to recapture the middle here. There is a Fagot potentially in the tower here where it could do some really crucial damage. And the recon helicopter has run out of ammunition, so it can't support this.
Oh, cluster plane is... okay, cluster plane actually not going for the big tank blob. That's a big mistake. It will go down here to the gunfire. Krug not having another shot. AT plane gets 1 kill against the T-54. 1 MiG-23 going down. The helicopters and the Merida in the center getting stopped. The Fagot actually getting a kill there. Me too, RO. Oh, barely surviving again. But the Fagot getting the kill against the Merida, that's pretty big. BMP-1s, they get one-shot killed here by the Fagot. So, yeah, they need to unload. This push against the middle is not going as well as maybe hope from Nocturna, but Nocturna goes back to a +2. Stadia is on the way again. BRM with the T-54s are pushing forward, as artillery is opening fire now against the south, but actually unnecessary. The mech leader already down, could already switch targets, as the Fagot here does a great job. T-55AS pushed back, is getting hit. No supply truck in the middle though to keep this Fagot firing, as it's about to fire its last missile, and more pressure coming there. 100mm AT gun on the way as well. And the B4M is going to fire onto an empty spot. But the tank plop here kind of unstoppable outside of planes. And the Krug eventually will tax those planes away. Fagot gets bombed in the middle. Only one Krug so far. Gets another missile out. Does get a hit there. Big explosion. Next Su-22 down.
Yeah, and now Snowwolfie actually bringing out the big fighter, the TikTok fighter, the Su-30 prototype or whatever. And this thing, as long as it steers away from the OSAS, it should be enough to keep the bombers away from this middle fight. But the question is, there are now 3 T-55s. One of them is the coffin launcher, and there is nothing to counter this. There needs to be more air assets to actually fight off this mechanized counterattack. And then what I think Snowwolfie needs is just a mass wipe all throughout the urban areas. Then there is not necessarily enough tanks here, but there could be. But unless these Piekutash get a really good engagement, which they might.
It seems like these guys are just driving by in time.
Oh.
The Mi-2 Urn will get shut down by all the 50 cals. AM1 did spot all these Pichotas, so did stop moving. Oh, the Stallion doesn't stop moving yet, though, so that is in trouble.
Oh, tragic.
+2 currently. Okay, no, it's still moving. That's a problem. But the big T-54... okay, it stopped moving, but too late. Just when it got into range, Stadion is down. A lot of Fagots coming in, a lot of 7mm to just fortify the north. Might be a bit too late for the center. Elena already under pressure, but the T-54 BRM1 ball here versus the Fagots is real as well. Those Fagots not gonna survive for long. Yeah, second one goes down already. So that's a good trade here. Only one hit against the T-54s. They are reservists. Tushnia
It's the 80th squad.
gets the first kill. And Merida's coming around as well. Yeah, this is a bad spot now for Snowwolfie. Snowwolfie maybe should try to disengage, though hard to do. TO-55's coming around against the Picotta C-Mac, getting a double kill there. Another one goes down in the middle. BTR-40B being evacuated out of there. T-10 keeps the sky clean in the rear. Merida's outperformed the T-54B by a lot, so those have to disengage here now. But they still deal decently well with the infantry here right now. Infantry goes down. So, yeah, point-wise, they did get a lot of value already. And more Reservisti now coming in. SU-25 coming forward, but the two OSAs are still around. Nocturna did disengage well with those. Though the TO-55s might come around. There's two more Meridas around, though. I don't think this is the perfect engagement. Get one supply truck, but I don't think they will be able to get on top of these. No, the Meridas shooting them down.
Yeah, the Drutina Papanch is the only non-spec ops Polish unit that has the actually good RPGs, and they have two of them. So having them there was a perfect.
One also went down. That means the other also might be killable by the SU-25. Yes, it is. No more AA. And that's what Snowwolfie should have waited for before bringing out the other SU-25s earlier. But that means now Snowwolfie has air superiority again. This SU-25 here only has a couple more rockets and a couple more gunshots left, but the amount of value here that can still be generated is pretty big. From no more OSAs need to be bought. Double OSA is coming in again. This time on one vet. As the Merida now under pressure in the south. The other one got hurt pretty badly. The T-55 AM of Snowwolfie should win this fight. And it does. And the Reservisti have come around. The Pichottas are still in the zone. And we don't have a take right now for Snowwolfie, but B4M could come around here for some hits in the center as well. 7.6mm are around, and 157 spam capabilities now really come to shine. The Polish obviously have a good amount of spam capabilities with the Picotta and the BMP-1 as well, but the Reservisti are just one of the top spam infantry in the game right now.
Yeah, for 45 points, or what is it? 30 plus 45. You can't get that rivals the provincial of Div Mob when it comes to price per performance. And the fact that these are upvetted units means that they also get a pretty significant bonus, especially when it comes to stress recovery. And the disheartened, the reservist trait can be taken away by the military police units, though none of them to be seen for the moment.
Yeah, there's a Reservist in the center, under fire. Scott 2A goes down, but more Meridas coming in here. 4 more Meridas on the way. The double OSA back in there as well. The B4M should be more active. This artillery piece, as I said, really good. It's only 120 points, hard hitting. We have seen what the one in Div Mob can do, and this, as I said, only one less vet, which is still meaning that aim time and accuracy are still pretty decent. Fagot coming around here with a shot, gets a hit against another Merida, doesn't quite get the kill, as the T-55 AM did go down, and it won't get another. Oh no, it actually gets another shot off. Line of sight not blocked yet. Might get the Merida killed here. Does miss. Fagot's
Speaking of World War II era artillery, the Fagot getting targeted by a Polish artillery piece right now, and this has, I think, yeah, Nocturna has managed to stabilize. There were still enough tanks to rebuild the front line, and the wipe never happened. The wipe would have happened, I think, if Snowwolfie was in position to defend Emma. That would have been at least half a wipe. That would have kept the aggression going. but Snowwolfie has been forced to start rebuilding their infantry and mech blob, the reservist blob, onto that 2 towers area where they can be contained by enemy units in the key locations, and of course be targeted by artillery. Even the coffin launcher Meridas, which likely is going to be one of the last left in the Polish deck, are getting bought here. Now we'll just have to see the are there enough planes for Snowwolfie to actually turn this? There's a 1,200 points disadvantage, which means that this needs to be a full-on conquest, cannot just bleed in the enemy realistic at this point.
Yeah, you need at least all 4 center zones, if not even the full map in the last couple of minutes. BMP1 goes down. The double OSA is still a problem. SU-25 will recognize that in a second. Double OSA is back in action. SU-25 gets microed and gets hit once. OSA gets moved. T10 does go for the OIS. SU-25 goes down. T10 in danger as well. OSA's still having more missiles and getting the kill there as well. This is really, really bad. As we have more T55 AM1s coming in. We have the big push towards the center. The units of Nocturna have rotated back south. TO55s here on the side of Snowwolfie. More 100mm AT guns coming up. Interesting to see those guys around. Instead of the T55 with smoke and better range, which I feel like would be a good unit in this matchup as well. As Reservisti all kind of stuck right now in the south, but this one in the center is now really going for the push. Have to be careful how close they want to get before unloading. Okay, now all the BTRs get on top of the Picotas mech, slowly dealing with them. Good couple of them getting shut down, but that's fine. As the T55AM do retaliate now.
The flame tanks are moving in to engage this flank, but this here, like for Snowwolfie, just a few extra fagots here in this fighting line.
Oh, BTR gets too close there. It's a CV tank, a vehicle in the middle. Snowwolfie can't allow to let that die. It doesn't have smoke and it goes down. T55AM 1K at least is already on the way. A second one coming in. The Bastion tanks here keep on firing. BMP1 and Fagot with the kill onto the T055. Fagot goes down. And yeah, Nocturna is able to continue the grind here right now. Infantry of Nocturna in the center will go down. The Reservisti likely gonna start to get into some buildings there. T55AM 1 still continue firing the ATGMs. The Bastion fire does continue, but they are only 2 right now. They don't really have the firepower to continue this non-stop. The 100mm only has 1925 meter range and also not quite the penetration to be super impactful against Meridas. Will get involved now, but I'm not sure how much really difference that can make, as there's a lot of tank power here and no planes around anymore. The B4M should continue firing, try to kill the CV or stuff like that. Yeah, more resupply comes in. TO55s trying to keep the pressure up. Reservisti just moving over the open field now. Merida gets damaged, gets pushed back. With the Strelkis pushing forward. The Fagots maybe should just A-move at this point as well, or at least get into spots where they can fire a bit easier. One of them is in the wrong building for sure. Not able to help out there with fire right now. The B4M still at 18 rounds here without reloads. That's a bit of a misuse as well. This should just constantly fire.
Yeah, the as Snowwolf is like it build up. I think it was so close. It was so close. There could have been a different engagement that would have prepared for the T55 numbers, but instead there's just numbers of like reservist Saperi and Reservisti. All of this that gets countered by the Scots and the BMP1. I think Snowwolfie thought that they had chewed through all the T55 capacity, but just here it is. Now here is the last wave of the tanks, and well, Snowwolfie doesn't have the air or the ground units to fight that toe to toe, and there had to be some kind of a some kind of like concave of ATGMs, even just Fagots and Malyutkas that could have done that. But no, now is when the PMP ones and Fagots are getting bought here. Oh, at this point, I have a feeling it's not realistic anymore. The numbers for Nocturna are just too much, and the early engagements that allowed the Polish to start out on the aggression really was a little bit too much for 157 to deal. Like 157 stream game is something that doesn't start out until like 5 or 7 minutes opener, because by that point they will have the numbers to actually sustain their attacks. But the missed unit combinations of having no way to deal with the TO55, the T55s in the opener, that was that was one thing. And then the fact that like removing the enemy from the back point constantly meant dealing with like sending airplanes out. And this is the point when the airplanes could be the solution. This is the point when the bastion units could be the solution. But the Polish have had more cohesion in their unit combinations since the start. And
Yeah,
I would
and also
also
just Nocturna throwing away, Snowwolfie throwing away SU-25s into OSAs a couple too many times. Like, you know that they will kill you, like they always do, and just praying that they won't is not a good win condition. And then the T-55AMs not being reloaded and being left to die in the first engagement when they came around, those four just being left to die instead of starting the snowball. That really was the problematic situations here. And now only 8 minutes remaining, and it's still a Polish. Like, the Polish can spam BMP once till the end. Like, the T-55s might run low, but that's the same for Snowwolfie here at this stage. So even if they deal with those, they won't have anything to follow it up with. And yeah, the front line is just collapsing here now. The T-55AS keep on pushing, and 4th ZMAC here keeps up the pressure.
Yeah, and I would like to point out also that I would consider Forge Mech to be leagues better division than 150. Like 157 does one thing and it does it well, and like Fourth Schmeck does most things very well, especially in the early parts of the game. And if you have to play against Fourth Schmeck and you don't have the technological advantage to scale against them, the unit combinations early on should have just been better to hard counter the cheap mech attacks.
I disagree with that on airport. Like, you have the artillery, which is fantastic on airport. You have the T-55AM1 with bastions that the other side just can't counter. Like, you saw what they did in the south, and they could have done that from earlier on. They could have done them from a better position. And you have the air. Like, three things that are with the Krug and the better planes, which are three things that are just insanely important on airport. So yes, on a vacuum and for rank play, CMAC is the better division. But on airport, I don't think so. I just think that Nocturna did use the strengths, and Snowwolfie ran out of his strengths a bit too early, and like misused the T-55AMs after first good usage, but not reloading them, not constantly having the bastions around, and letting them get killed in gun range. Like, that just is not allowed to happen. BTR here, by the way, with a sneaky attempt for Snowwolfie to get some points, actually might be able to get through to the rear point, but there are two more Scots that could come around. It might get a +5 here, but there is a T-55AM around. There might be enough more CVs. A +5 actually could do it. If the Merida... I'm not sure how many CVs Nocturna still has left. Like, there was a good kill off CVs on both sides throughout this game. A +5 with 240 points per minute? Ooh, that would be close.
There are two leaders on the board for Nocturna right now.
Yeah, but one could get killed by the Fagots moving there. The other one is an infantry leader. I'm not a believer, but this is the only move that Snowwolfie could do, and Snowwolfie did it. Fagots coming around. They do get the kill. Merida down.
Oh wow.
Okay, is that? No, there's another Merida being bought. Okay.
The artillery of the gods. Just, oh no.
Okay, yeah, the +5 would be dope, but I don't see it happening then with the Merida coming around. There's no helicopter flank or anything coming along to actually sustain this. Mi2RO. The Me2RO will get the kill here. Guy is under fire. Guy gets stopped. Guy gets killed. So that's not the take. And the B4M is the only thing remaining. +5 is ticking. But yeah, this is not going to win the game here for Snowwolfie after all. There's only one T55AM1 around. Yeah, always potential thing you should seek out in ranked games. Like, this is the win condition sometimes when you are knowing that you are in a grindy game, you killed a good amount of CVs on the other side. Maybe just get a tick online and hope for the best that the enemy doesn't have a CV around. Just suicide a CV somewhere into the enemy rear line. Just get a tick and then hope that the enemy can't deal with that. BTR moves into the middle, B4M, aiming for where this enemy CV is, but that moved out of the building as it tries to go into the supply to move to the rear zone here. But the Merida already will get that and will stop the take here from being a +5 to back to a +4 and then a +2 and then a +1. As soon as the BTR gets cleaned out here in the middle, and we are far away from the points necessary to win this. BTR 40B about to go down here in the middle as well. And yeah, Snowwolfie here under heavy fire. T55AM1 goes down. And yeah, 4th ZMAC with the pressure keeps on going.
Yeah, it's Snowwolfie had the two-pronged opener of having all the defensive units up north and having all the aggressive units down south, and I think they would have, both openers would have probably gone a little bit better on the both sides if they had just mixed it up a little bit. Have a few Fagots down south and have a few T55s and Reservisti up north, but being so trying to play the opener against the division that gets such an excellent opener such as Forschmeck, it's a loser's game in many ways. And if you get hard countered like Snowwolfie did in the opener, you're gonna have to claw yourself back with your air micro. And as you said, the OSAs are eventually gonna take. They do. Like every single SU-25 is always on the clock because they are so vulnerable. But then OSAs are especially difficult to take out because they reload fast and they move fast. So you can't even like artillery suppress them reliably.
Yeah, good play here by Nocturna for sure. Nice series by both players. Really fantastic games. And yeah, Snowwolfie with some cool comeback setup there, but not quite able. Getting caught out there a bit too much with the air and with the tank counterplay. Merida's dealing with the T-54s a bit too easily. And in the end, Nocturna keeping the points that they gained from the back point capture and getting the W with that. And yeah, deserved victory here after the first 2 quick games. And yeah, Snowwolfie getting us to game number 5 and getting us a real good series in here. Getting 2nd place, moving on to Division 1 next season as well, as do all of the top 4 here. Axis and MJ player will move on to Division 1 as well. And I'm looking forward to see them there again. And yeah, in the end, Nocturna here winning 3-2. And also, thanks to that, and thanks to all of your support, guys, over at Matcherino, earning $5 as well. Yeah. But I think you're prepared this time, Snowwolfie. I think you're prepared this time. Looking forward to see you in the playoffs of Division 1 next season. And yep, you can help out funding the prize pool here, guys, by clicking the claim code button. And yep, this was a really long day of WARNO action. So thanks everybody for watching. Thanks for all the support. If you don't want to miss the next stream, consider leaving a follow or a subscription on YouTube. And check out Florid's channel as well.
Yeah. So just to remind the rest of the population as well as myself, so when was the next Division 1 cast again? When were we planning to do this? It was next Tuesday.
They will play on Monday, so we're likely gonna. It makes sense to cast it on Tuesday.
All right.
So yeah, we're gonna cast the next semifinal of Division 1, which will be will be Joker versus Team and Place on Tuesday. They're gonna play it on Monday. You're most likely gonna be able to catch it live on Team and's channel if you want to see his perspective. And then we're gonna cast it on Tuesday. So see you all there for that lovely action. And yeah, I will stream some more Sea Power after a short break, after some dinner, guys. So if you want to see some more Cold War naval action later tonight, I will be there for you guys. So see you all there and have a nice day. Let's fight.
And I'll be going now. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And let's find somebody to raid. So I think T-Man is streaming right now, or did he stop already? No, he stopped already. Okay. Then gonna send you to what is... I have no idea what this is. And we're gonna send you over to some Crusader Kings over at Fraser Channels. So have fun over there. And see you later with some Sea Power, guys.